Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. What a night in downtown Phoenix. It was Jordan Goodwin, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, and the Suns who took down the NBA's best in Oklahoma City Sunday night, 108-105. Thanks to many things, but mainly this.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Booker capped off a night where Jordan Goodwin hit a career-high 8 threes and Dylan Brooks had a monster fourth quarter. The Suns now head to Houston for the Rockets tonight at 6, and you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday marked the end of the NFL regular season and the end of the Arizona Cardinals season. The Cardinals, after their 37-20 loss to the Rams, finished 3-14 and will end up with the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, and have questions throughout the organization. For more, head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We have a lot to talk about today. This is Black Monday. It's also Victory Monday. So, Vinny, what do you get when you combine Black Monday and Victory Monday in Phoenix?
Blictory Monday.
That's it. Blictory Monday. He nailed it.
Dan Bictory Monday.
That's it. That's it.
Put that in the Bictionary.
There you go. It's Blictory Monday.
This is also the first show that all 4 of us has been here in about a month.
Since last year.
That's right.
I love that joke. Can't get enough of it.
Jared, that's one of those little things that you always take note of.
Because, we're whole
He's
again.
taking note of something.
It's two things. It's the, all right, we're back to full force, full strength, onward, here we go. And it's also the official thing that we're past the holiday season.
Back to the grind.
Back to the real world, real life here.
That is a good point. That's a really, really good point.
Did I miss anything when I was gone?
I don't know what happened last week.
Listened a little bit.
I don't know if you listened to the Wednesday show. It was a very specific, special show because we had a fill-in host.
Luke Lipinski, I heard, yeah.
So that
I did not hear any of that.
Luke Lipinski brought a great vibe with him on that day. He knew he was walking into sort of the Jared Carlin's going to make fun of me den, and he came prepared for it.
It was fun. It was a fun switcheroo there.
Yeah, not too bad. We missed you, of course. The interesting thing was on the look ahead, these yo-yos forgot we were doing it again, so it was 2 weeks in a row. The look ahead became a surprise to people. Your predictions. Friday predictions. And one of my predictions was Devin Booker would make a game-winning shot to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It's truly unbelievable.
You mean this right here, Bick? Was this your prediction? Oh, hold on. I'm a little rusty.
That's it. Here are my predictions. The Suns are going to stun Oklahoma City on Sunday on a Devin Booker buzzer beater. Wow. Okay? Talk about wishful thinking.
Suns again with an opportunity to win this thing. 8 seconds left. It's Royce O'Neal throwing in the inbounds pass. Finds Booker just inside the timeline. He puts it on the deck against Caruso. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead.
Oh, you can see the future.
Well,
when that
33% of the future.
We won't look at the other 66.7%.
I nailed the important thing.
Yes, you did.
I'll give Dan. He's bold a lot of times in his predictions and very specific, a lot more specific than some of us are.
Yeah.
So that one you hit beautifully.
Yeah.
The other one you got specific on was the Cardinals were going to win on a last-second field goal. And
yeah, that didn't work out so good. I was actually very, very jealous of Vinny last night when that shot went in. I'm like, man, that guy is at the center of a crucible of crazy energy.
And I was yelling my head off, and I couldn't hear myself over the PA system.
Wow.
It was
what a basketball
It was
season.
a fantastic night at the arena.
Yes, it
last night.
was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. All right, Ferret, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Yeah, game of the year at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix last night. You heard it. Devin Booker drained a three-pointer with under a second left to lift the Suns to an improbable 108-105 win over the Oklahoma City Thunder, a team that had handed the Suns their worst ever loss in franchise history less than a month ago. Suns trailed by as many as 18 in a cold shooting first half where they hit only 33% of their shots, but heated up in the second half. Jordan Goodwin hit 8 threes. He led the way with 26 off the bench. Booker had 24, including the final 3. Dylan Brooks, some big shots. He had 22. Suns snapped the Thunder's 4-game winning streak and beat them for the first time in nearly 3 years. And they're right back at it tonight in Houston against the Rockets. You can hear the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app beginning at 6 o'clock. Pregame coverage starts at 5 o'clock. And the Suns might, maybe, we'll see if they get Grayson Allen back. He has missed the last 9 games with a knee injury. Sunday in the NBA, Nuggets got Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon back from injury. They still got rolled 127-115 by the Nets in Brooklyn. Minnesota smashed Washington 141-115 as Anthony Edwards had 35 and Giannis had 37 and 11 as the Bucks breezed past the Kings in Sacramento 115-98. Thought it was interesting after that game. The Bucks social media department tweeted out a picture of Giannis flexing, and it just said, "Don't make him angry." Or what? He's going to ask out of town?
Yeah, right. Right. By the way, I should have brought this up a couple minutes ago, but you asked what you missed last week. You missed 2 of Jared's best jokes ever.
How do you like that?
One, Jordan Goodwin said he left town as a Goodwin and came back as Jordan.
I heard that on a promo.
That was good.
Self-serving Jarrett promo.
Okay. Oh, I didn't. You turned that into a promo?
No, see, my job is to find the best stuff from the show and put it in a promo to represent this show.
It was well done, actually.
The other involved Mike Budenholzer selling his home. Did you hear that joke?
I heard that one too.
The funny
about the wine cellar.
Both of those were ad-libbed off the cuff ones. Did not mention any of the actual jokes in the sports club. That's my best.
Hey, maybe you stumbled onto the ad-libbing thing. Cardinals wrapped up their nightmarish 2025 season with a 37-20 loss in LA against the Rams at SoFi. Cardinals actually took a 20-16 lead in the third quarter on a Jacoby Brissett to Josiah DeGuara touchdown pass. But the Rams answered with 3 touchdown passes from Matthew Stafford to win going away. Stafford finished with 4 touchdown passes on the day. Cardinals finished 3-14, a new franchise record for most losses in a year. They end on a 9-game losing streak. They lose 14 out of 15 after starting 2-0. And they will draft number 3 overall. Elsewhere around the league on Sunday, the Jaguars won the AFC South with a 41-7 pasting of the Titans. Trevor Lawrence had 3 touchdown passes for the Jags. Cleveland surprised Cincinnati 20-18. In that game, Myles Garrett had a sack. He breaks the NFL single-season record with 23 sacks on the year. Lions knocked off the Bears 19-16 on a last-second field goal from Jake Bates, and Pittsburgh wrapped up the AFC North with a 26-24 win over the Ravens. Aaron Rodgers hit Calvin Austin on a touchdown pass with 55 seconds remaining, but Baltimore blocked the extra point. Lamar Jackson got him into field goal range, but former U of A kicker Tyler Loop missed a 44-yard game-winning attempt wide right. Steelers move on to the postseason, and the Ravens go home.
Yeah, what a brutal ending for the Ravens.
Yeah. Playoffs are set in the NFC. Seattle, the number one seed after their Saturday night win over San Francisco. They get the bye. So this weekend it'll be the Bears facing the Packers at Soldier Field, Eagles hosting the 49ers in Philly, and the Rams visiting the Carolina Panthers. In the AFC, the Broncos, the number one seed, they get the weekend off. New England will host the Chargers, Buffalo visits Jacksonville, and the Steelers will host the Houston Texans. I think some pretty good matchups in week one.
I don't know what I think about these matchups. I do know this: 4 road teams are favored in the wild card round. That's how wonky the schedule is. And congratulations to the Houston Texans for coming of age.
Yeah,
for getting out of the Saturday afternoon time slot.
Now they get the dreaded Monday night.
Now they get the Monday night time slot.
We've already had some regime change in the NFL. Just hours after the Atlanta Falcons topped the New Orleans Saints to earn their 8th win of the year, the team axed both head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. Falcons won their last 4 games, but it was not enough to grant Morris a 3rd year on the job. Keep that in mind. That's going to be in the background of a lot of the things that we talk about
No
today.
doubt about it.
Arizona State has its new quarterback. Kenny Dillingham got a commitment from former Kentucky signal caller Cutter Boley, who was an all-SEC freshman selection this season. Boley, 6'5", 214 pounds, completed almost 66% of his passes for over 2,100 yards and 15 touchdowns for the Wildcats this past year. Former Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby, the highest-rated QB in the transfer portal. Guess where he's going? You'll never guess. Landing at Texas Tech, who apparently has a printing press in Lubbock now. He visited LSU. Iowa State's Rocco Becht is following his former head coach Matt Campbell. He's transferring to Penn State. Sam Levitt, reportedly, now formerly of ASU, visiting LSU.
I want to get into this story today with Sam Levitt and his legacy and how weird this whole thing was.
Oh, it's been very strange.
Yep.
And one other college football note, Arizona lost its bowl game over the weekend. They dropped the Holiday Bowl to SMU 24-19 on Friday night. They fell behind 24-0, made it a game in the second half. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday. Coming up next, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. It was the perfect encapsulation of the Cardinals and Suns seasons. And we'll talk about what happened on Sunday next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Brissett takes the shotgun snap. Straight drop back. Looking, pump fake, steps up, gets hit and sacked. Back at the 19-yard line. The Rams will take over on downs. The Cardinals have just one timeout. And the Rams can probably take a knee 3 times and end the game and end the season.
More reaction to another division loss and to this 3-14 season on the way. Plus, we look around the league on the NFL's Black Monday. Stay with us on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
I say it all the time. You should have high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a fair price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you are going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. And if you're looking for something new and exciting to start the new year, head on down to Chapman BMW. Drive off in the ultimate driving machine, one of the finest, most exhilarating driving experiences on the planet. Remember, Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars. Whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. And as our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians, which ensures your vehicle will always receive expert care. Finally, don't forget, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude, personal friend of mine. He is going to hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Grip better, play better. Hi, John Leonetti from Birdie Golf Grips. Premium performance without the premium price. Our proprietary natural rubber blend gives you the perfect feel. Soft, firm, and tacky, so every swing feels solid. Fittings available at locations throughout the valley. And right now, bunker-to-bunker golfers save 25% with promo code B2B. Upgrade your game. Visit birdiegolfgrips.com today.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
We send a big Red Monday shout out this morning to our listeners and audience and supporters and Anthem. We appreciate you and Anthem this morning.
Stafford takes a snap, takes a knee, and the Cardinals lose 37-20. Their final record is 3-14 as the season comes to an end. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Yeah, there was kind of the juxtaposition of two of our professional sports franchises in the Valley yesterday. A team completely playing out the string, a 9th straight loss for the Cardinals in L.A. to end their most nightmarish season since they moved to the Valley in 1988. There, I said it. There's been some bad ones, but never one that started with this level of expectation. And then the Suns, on the flip side, a team with very little expectation, continue to absolutely soar over those levels of expectation with a tremendous win over the defending NBA champions.
Yeah, juxtaposition is a great word to describe these two teams. When you stack them up next to each other, you get a team that nobody really trusts the future of, and then on the flip side, you've got a team that everybody is vibing on now with the Phoenix Suns. I'll say this about the Arizona Cardinals. They gave the Rams a lot more of a game than I expected them to give for most of that game. In fact, I don't know if you actually got a chance to see the Trey McBride vulgarity that he dropped
I did.
After hurdling a defender.
Boom!
Boom!
I'm him!
Expletive deleted. I'm here. Or I'm him, whatever he said. I heard I'm here, but you're probably right. It's probably I'm him.
That's what the kids are saying.
That is what they're saying. That is a good point. So I think for the most part it was a real fair competitive effort from the Arizona Cardinals until it wasn't. And the bottom line is by week 18, nobody cares about the granular details of a football team that's 3-14. They just don't.
No.
Because the book has been closed. But I do think that book being closed and another book coming through with a game-winning shot is a nice segue into the next focal point and obsession of the Valley.
Yeah, I think now, I think a lot of this had already shifted in terms of eyeballs and attention and passion and all of those things. But now there's not even the distraction of Cardinals football. And I think there's a big sigh of relief from people who felt obligated to continue watching this team. I might be raising my hand. There's like a weight lifted off your shoulders at this point after a season like this. But if you haven't yet, and you are a Phoenix Suns fan, and you're still feeling the scar tissue and the pains of the last 2 years with disappointment from expectations from those teams, it's a good time to hop on board right now.
I would be stunned if there were people who had still resisted hopping on board, but last night would certainly be a game that even if you were skeptical, even if like maybe you didn't pay attention to that dramatic comeback win over the Timberwolves earlier in the year, or the fact that they had won 20 basketball games by January 2nd, which is a higher figure than some people had the Suns winning all year long. Taking out Oklahoma City at home in the way they did it should definitely kind of elevate the way everybody thinks about the Phoenix Suns. How could it not? How could it not?
The last time they played this team, they weren't playing the same sport, basically. And look, we talked about that game the morning after. And did I overreact to Oklahoma City's performance? You're damn right I overreacted to it. They won by 49 points and played, quite honestly, the closest thing I've ever seen to a perfect NBA game. And this game was going down that road again, Bick. The Suns looked out of sorts. They looked almost reverential to the defending champs. They looked anxious on offense, and they were getting open shots and not hitting them. A recipe for disaster against a team that defends like Oklahoma City defends on an individual basis and on a team basis. And to get that run 11-0 to end the second quarter, and then to start the third quarter the way they did, the last 2 quarters of basketball were a joy to watch. And that was even with some really shoddy officiating again. But we'll glaze over that.
Thank you.
Just the competitive spirit from both teams, the shot making, the big plays, the effort going both ways. It was a joy to watch.
Yeah, listen, okay, so the whole Jordan Goodwin thing, I continue to be blown away. I was blown away when he was a rotational contributor. Now, this is a guy that is capable of going out and getting you 12 rebounds? Whatever it was the other night.
15 rebounds against Cleveland.
That's what it was.
Had a real rough shooting night against Cleveland. But 15 rebounds for a guard off the bench? Are you kidding me?
Right, and that's never been done in Suns franchise. Stop rubbing your eyes, Ferret! It's never been done in Suns history. And then last night, what was it, 8 3-pointers for him last night?
8 3-pointers.
I mean,
and in big spots.
Yeah, and then Ryan Dunn is making 3-pointers last night. Then Dylan Brooks took over in the fourth quarter, and then Devin Booker wins the game. And this is still without Jalen Green.
Grayson Allen.
And Grayson Allen. But the Suns are making such a mess of the Western Conference, and I mean that in a good way.
Oh, it's glorious.
Oh, it really, really is. Yesterday, I'm sure you saw this as well. There were these rumors that started on social media that the Lakers were desperately trying to trade for Dylan Brooks.
You know how many people reached out to me?
And said, is this true?
Do you know the origin of this story?
I don't know.
So Dan Favale on Bleacher Report wrote a very Bleacher Report type piece that was 3 trade acquisitions that could make sense for all 30 NBA teams.
Oh,
so this piece literally mentioned 90 players.
Oh, my goodness.
One of the players that made sense for the Lakers was Dylan Brooks. One of the players that, quote-unquote, made sense for the Suns was Rui Hachimura. So this was then reported that this was being worked out by Bleacher Report. Those tweets got deleted. The next day, some moron ran with it and then just tagged Yahoo Sports. I defy anybody to find anybody from Yahoo Sports who wrote that or spoke those words. But because it's tagged, people will just believe it hook, line, and sinker in this idiotic period of time that we're living in.
The most stupid era in human history.
And it's getting dumber by the minute, by the way.
Yeah, no, you're right about
can
that.
I just, speaking of dumber by the minute?
Yeah. Please.
The Los Angeles Lakers kept Bronny James. They made Jordan Goodwin available to keep Bronny James.
Is that unbelievable?
Jordan Goodwin had 26 points last night in the biggest win of the year for his team. Bronny James on a guaranteed multi-million-dollar contract has 29 points all season long.
All season long.
What a bunch of morons.
Yeah, and it's all to appease LeBron, right? But again, he's your GOAT.
Also, though, who knew Jordan Goodwin was going to be this?
Well, everybody knew Jordan Goodwin was better than Bronny.
Well, that is true.
Jordan Goodwin was really good for the Lakers last year. It's not like they didn't know what he was all about. He actually contributed to that team, and he has been tremendous. And
Jared, I don't know if you heard, but he left as Goodwin.
What?
And he came back as Jordan. I don't know if you heard that.
What was his name before?
I don't know what happened to those other 5,000 bottles of wine.
I tune in on Friday to find out.
And unequivocally, Jordan is now the best Goodwin in Suns history, surpassing Archie.
No doubt. No
Archie
doubt.
had a good run there.
Not like this. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Text the word HIKE, H-I-K-E, to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today.
You know, Vinny, the coaching for the Suns have been really great, too. The guy left as an Ott, came back as a Jordan.
Coming up next for the final time this season, we'll go through the highlights and lowlights of another Cardinals loss in the next Monday morning huddle. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Caruso gets the ball, waits, looks, still looking, throws it in, left corner three from Mitchell at the horn is no good, and the Suns win, 108-105. They beat the Thunder for the first time in nearly 3 years, ending an 8-game losing streak in the series and improving to 21-14.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Not that long ago, you might have seen a Waltz van out in front of my house in Fountain Hills, and that's because my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a soundbar so good it now doubles as my own in-home stereo, put them up on my wall downstairs, and bam, just like that, I had magical viewing experiences at my fingertips. They took my sporting fandom to the very next level. They gave me a great price. Waltz can do exactly the same for you. They'll give you expertise, all the major name brands you're looking for, great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions, and like I said, great selection of audio components from state-of-the-art speakers to those sound bars I was talking about. And you're not going to pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable pricing. And to prove it, find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, when you're at Waltz, make sure to drop my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep? No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the talent is unreal. The best women's players on the planet are back, raising the stakes and bringing even bigger moments to the court. This isn't just more basketball. It's a whole new way to experience the game. Unrivaled is where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete gets the spotlight. With a high-speed, action-packed format, every possession matters and every matchup delivers nonstop highlights you can't look away from. Don't miss Satu Sabuli, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and more take the court and redefine the game. From established stars to the next generation of standouts, this league brings elite talent together in one place. And it shows on every play, every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat. It's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't just your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Season 2 sponsored by Samsung Galaxy tips off January 5th on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. Super easy to watch no matter where you are.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker had the Valley feeling some type of way last night after his go-ahead step-back three with 0.7 seconds left to give the Suns a 108-105 lead over the Thunder, which would lead to a win, their 6th win in their last 7 games. And the Suns moved to 21-14 on the year, but they're right back at it tonight from H-Town against old friend Kevin Durant and the Rockets at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals season officially came to an end over the weekend. Their Week 18 37-20 loss to the Rams moved them to 3-14 for the year and left fans asking, where do they go from here? For potential answers, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And Kenny Dillingham and ASU got their new quarterback, Cutter Boley, a transfer from Kentucky, committed to ASU on Saturday night. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
One last time for the 2025 season. Cardinals in Los Angeles to take on the Rams, and here's how it sounded.
Snap to Brissett, 5-man rush, back to throw. Brissett in trouble, gets hit, the ball's fumbled. It's loose at the 20, and it's picked up by the Rams at the 24, Kobe Turner. And he's tackled at about the 23. So a turnover by the Cardinals 2 minutes into the game. Snap, ball down, the kick up, and it splits the uprights for 3 points. So the Rams get something off the turnover by the Cardinals. They lead it 3-0. with 11:07 to play in the opening quarter. They spread it out with 5 receivers, 3 left, 2 right. Shotgun snap, Brissett from the pocket. Pump fake, steps up, and sacked at the 28-yard line by Young. Got 12 sacks now on the season, and it'll be 3rd down and about 20. 45-yard attempt for Chad Ryland to tie the game. Snap, ball down. Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 3 minutes and 26 seconds to play in the opening quarter, nice response by the offense. They go down the field and get 3 points to tie the game at 3 apiece. 42-yard field goal try coming up by Mevis. Ball on the far hash mark to give LA the lead. Snap, ball down, the kick on the way. And it is good. And so it's 6-3 Los Angeles with 11:45 to play in the first half. Brissett in shotgun. Now Wilson motions behind Brissett, who's back to throw. And fires deep far side. Wide open McBride. Caught at the 40 of LA. Hurdles into bounds at the 33-yard line. A 28-yard gain. And the Cardinals getting creative here with the offense. Brissett in trouble as he drops back, sacked, and the ball comes out. And it's recovered by Landman, but they're going to say that Brissett was down at about the 38-yard line. It's a loss of 6, the 3rd sack of the day for the Rams. Ryland is ready. Hawk to hold. Snap is good. The ball is down. The kick is up. And does it have the leg? It does. It's good. Chad Ryland nails a 56-yarder. 4th down and goal on the 2, and the Rams going for it. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Snap to Stafford. Throws a fade right side in the end zone. One-handed catch by Nakua for a touchdown. Burke actually had good coverage, but there is nothing you can do about that. What a play. Now they will throw with Brissett going back to pass. Fires deep left side. Wilson beat his man, but it is underthrown, and Wilson still caught the ball, but then it's taken away, and it's intercepted. It is picked off by Kobe Durant. Michael Wilson appeared to come down with it, but they're ruling that Durant had it when he went to the ground. Shotgun snap, Stafford short set, and throws to the far sideline where it is caught by Higbee at the 40 of Arizona. Scoots out of bounds. I'll mark him out at the 42 actually, but gain of about 24 and a first down. The clock stopped with 38 seconds to go, and the Rams are basically in field goal range. The field goal try is up and good from 40 yards from Mevis to make it 16-6 and end the first half. Xavier Smith back at his 20, Hawk to punt, and it's a fake. He's going to throw deep middle, and it is caught by DeMercado at the 50. Far sideline 45 and tackled at the 43. A fake punt, and it goes for about 30 yards and a first down in Ram territory. First down on the Ram 43. Snap to Brissett. Drops back to throw in trouble. Steps up, now hoists it deep left side. Wilson is wide open, and he's got it. Touchdown, Arizona. Michael Wilson beats his man again. This time, Brissett finds him. They pay off the fake punt with a bomb on the next play for 6. First and goal at the 7. Wilson to the right. Shotgun set for Brissett. Snap to Brissett, short set, looks left, throws left in the end zone. In the short corner, it is caught, and it's a touchdown. DeGuara gives the Cardinals the lead, 19-16, with 3:51 to go in the 3rd quarter. So Stafford takes the snap, play fake, boot to the right, and dumps it off to Parkinson right side. Caught at the 10, to the 5, dives for the end zone. Touchdown, Rams. That was set up beautifully and executed well, and the Rams retake the lead, 22-20 with 42 seconds to go in the 3rd. Williams in the backfield. Stafford takes the shotgun snap, floats it deep right side. Wide open is Higbee. He catches it, and he's into the end zone for the LA touchdown. A breakdown defensively, and the Rams lead it 29-20 now with 10:39 to go. Stafford takes, play fake, throws right side, wide open. Touchdown, Parkinson. And it's 36-20 with 4:15 to go. Last play of the season. Stafford takes a snap, takes a knee, and the Cardinals lose 37-20. Their final record is 3-14.
Yeesh. Dave Pash on the Cardinals Radio Network with all of the highlights and lowlights. Jonathan Gannon after the game.
You know, I thought it was a good battle. Give a lot of credit to the Rams, Coach McVay, his team. That's a good football team. Had our chances to just, out-executed us there for 4 quarters. But I appreciate the fight. We went down swinging, I thought. Just didn't have enough in the tank. So I just told him I'm grateful for him. It's a tough year, obviously. But, if it wasn't for those guys in the locker room, it would not be a fun job. So I appreciate those guys.
Yeah, it was it was basically the equivalent of football euthanasia yesterday. It was so much suffering going on over the second half of this season. It's just glad, we're not suffering anymore,
Yeah, I totally get that.
The season's in a better place.
Well, there you go. There you go. That is accurate. So yesterday, what's interesting to me, we talk about recency bias. Now, had the Cardinals won that game yesterday, I wonder if that would have created any kind of groundswell to kind of give Jonathan Gannon another chance. I would hope fans are not that trapped in the moment, but we did see this community pass a resolution for a new stadium after a 1-point victory over then the Washington Redskins back in 2000 for a football team that was just atrocious. So recency bias is a real thing. And the game started out in a way in which I was like, where has this Cardinals defense been all year long? Budda Baker flying around making plays. Elijah Jones, all sorts of pass breakups throughout the course of the day. Then at the end of the first half, they do some very Cardinal-like things. They let the Rams get 49 yards in 42 seconds or something like that, kick a field goal, and you think, okay, this thing is over. Then you get to the second half, and you played it. They fake punt. They throw a deep bomb to Michael Wilson. They're competing, and then they actually take the lead, and you're like, what is going on here? Now, the Rams had a lot to play for yesterday because the Seahawks defense annihilated the 49ers on Saturday night.
Wow, that was a clinic.
It really was. The Rams had to win this game to get the 5 seed, so they were very motivated to win, which I think might have helped the Cardinals in some weird kind of way. And yet at the end of it all, they still lost by 17 points.
Yeah, they didn't even cover.
And so I was trying to reconcile what I just watched. I'm like, this is so much like the Arizona Cardinals. So today is Black Monday in the NFL. This is the day when NFL franchises, if they haven't already moved off a head coach, this is supposed to be the day you do it, the last day you do it. You don't let a head coach roll out and do his end-of-the-year press conference and then fire him after that, although that has been done in the National Football League.
Yeah, I mean, Raheem Morris left his post-game conference yesterday, hugged the owner and Arthur Blank, and then got fired after that.
Yeah. And people who watched some of the pregame yesterday with the Cardinals, there was a scene of Michael Bidwill and Jonathan Gannon having a conversation on the field, and it ended with a nice friendly hug and a handshake. And so all the reporting from Ian Rappaport to Adam Schefter, none of them are coming out and saying Michael Bidwill is keeping Jonathan Gannon. But they're all saying the same things, that all signs seem to point towards Michael Bidwill giving Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenford another chance.
Yep. And let's face it, the Cardinals just finished their worst season in franchise history. They reached territory in the loss column they have never reached before. So, is it decision time? What are we going to hear? What happens next? We'll get into all of that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
You may know the feeling when your private student loans go into default. It feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time that are in that exact spot. But there is a way forward, and that way forward is called Y Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people whose private student loans are already in default. That's their whole thing. And they're not judging you. They're not asking you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Default doesn't define you. It doesn't get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. To learn more, go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Be honest. Do you really want to spend the next 25 to 30 years chained to your mortgage? That's not a financial plan. That's a financial prison sentence. On a Life Changer loan, you can bulldoze your balance to zero in just a few short years. Attack principal first, lower your monthly payments, and give you 24/7 access to your equity, and that puts you in control. It's not magic. It's just math. So free yourself from mortgage prison today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
Nervous right now?
Just the same 24 hours since I've been in the NFL. Same 24 hours since I've been in the NFL when you're not in the playoffs.
Jonathan Gannon yesterday post-game asked if he's nervous to be on the hot seat. That was his response. Is he on the hot seat? You mentioned it before we broke there, Bick. All of the reporting has not been definitive. No. Jonathan Gannon's coming back, but everybody's leaning towards, it looks like Jonathan Gannon's going to get another year. And I'm going to ask the very big overarching question, why?
Yeah, it's really a great question, and it's something that is it can very easily get my blood to boil, but I need to tap myself down because why should I care as much if they don't is where I'm kind of feeling right now. That's the headspace that I am in right now. Yeah, because you feel like you're screaming into a tornado is what you do. And so you look at this, and you had mentioned Raheem Morris, who just got let go in Atlanta. The Falcons ended the season on what you would consider a very high note.
They finished tied for the division lead at 8-9. Raheem Morris's Atlanta Falcons, despite being disappointing, won 16 games in 2 years. Jonathan Gannon's Arizona Cardinals won 15 games in 3 years.
Yep.
Everything that I say today, none of this is based on being personal. It's a business. That's the way I view it. That's the way we've been told to view it for years and years and years. And if the business is winning football games, business ain't going very good for the Arizona Cardinals. And there's not really a track record that Jonathan Gannon has shown that he can fall back on and say, I'm a successful NFL head coach and I know how to pull this franchise out of this. And look, let's go further down this road, Vic. What are more reporting from the same NFL insiders? Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport. They're also saying Jonathan Gannon should be back, but Expect big changes on his staff. What does that accomplish?
Hey, listen, I would have to know who they were. If you were to bring I'll put it this way. I would just say that if they were serious and brought in a Brian Daboll or a Kevin Stefanski to run the offense, I would go, okay, that's a good move. Maybe I can get on board with this. But I can't get off my initial position, and that is by bringing Jonathan Gannon back for a year 4, you're effectively gaslighting the fan base. You're basically saying the injuries had more to do with the outcome of the season than they actually did, and we want you to believe that this is the guy who can get us out of this. With all due respect to Jonathan Gannon and the work he's done in 3 years, I've watched every one of these games. I've listened to every one of his press conferences. There's nothing about Jonathan Gannon that inspires me to think that he is special in the realm of football head coaches.
I agree with you.
And as a result, I don't understand why you would be so patient with somebody. If this were Kyle Shanahan, if this were Ben Johnson, if this were Kurt Signetti, if this was somebody where you looked at and you went, there is a ton of football coach in this guy, we are not letting him go. If this is Mike Tomlin, but he's not. And there's nothing that suggests he is. The Cardinals finished in last place by 9 games. No other team in history has ever finished so far behind the pack, okay? They had more losses this year than the rest of the division combined. Jonathan Gannon is winless against the NFC West twice in his 3 years on the job.
And 3-15 overall in those games.
Think about that.
They gave up more points this year than they've ever given up in franchise history for a defensive-minded head coach. And I'll go back to the point that I was going to make. If Jonathan Gannon does survive this, which all the reporting says, what will be the rationale for that? It's going to be the injury factor, correct? And if there is changes, why does the head coach get the benefit of the injury excuse while the coordinators don't?
That's a great point. That's a great point. Because now you're just, and the idea that these things have just been kind of floated out there, they all feel like trial balloons. And it all feels like this organization is going to weigh public opinion before coming to a final conclusion, because in a lot of that reporting, they mentioned conversations remain to be had. What do you need to hear that you haven't already seen?
Yeah. Well, let's go back to where this season went off the rails. Week 5, Tennessee. Big lead for the Cardinals at home. Things got wonky, to say the least. It's if you look up the definition of NFL wonky, that game's going to come up. We saw the Amari DiMercato play. We saw Jonathan Gannon's response to the Amari DiMercato play. We saw the Kyler Murray face mask play. He never played again after that game.
Right.
But that is when the Arizona Cardinals fell to 2-3, and that was the inflection point of the season. That was the fork in the road. What type of team is this going to be? Back then, the Arizona Cardinals weren't the most injured team in the league. They were a team that just didn't know how to win games. And this coaching staff had every opportunity to pull them out of that morass and get them into the right direction. And what did they do?
They played like morass.
You beat me to it, Farron. That was just sitting there on a tee, wasn't it?
I didn't even mean to do that.
No, that was great.
They lost 14 of 15 games to close the season.
Yeah.
Whether it's your first stringers, your second stringers, or your fifth stringers on the field, it's impossible not to take the onus off the coaching staff there, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. And I will acknowledge that the injury certainly played a role in this season. But the idea that's been thrown out there that Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort deserve a chance with their own quarterback, again, I'm going to call BS on this, because they had 2+ seasons of incredible patience and grace to do what you can with Kyler Murray. And then his replacement was even better than Kyler Murray.
And they didn't win with either of them.
And you didn't win with either of them.
Again, we're gonna have a lot of Jacoby Brissett conversations this offseason as well, especially leading up to the draft, because we don't know what the Cardinals are going to do with that 3rd overall pick, or even if a quarterback suitable to be drafted is going to be available. But
and I gotta be honest
if you're bringing Jacoby Brissett back to be a stopgap with a different coordinator, guess what? Jacoby Brissett, God bless him, he proved exactly what he is. He is a backup quarterback in this league who can come in for a 2 to 3 week stretch and keep you competitive. If he has to start 12 games, you are hosed. It's just, that's what it is.
I think I feel a little better about Jacoby Brissett than you do, but your main point, I think, does ring true, that you cannot go into the future saying we've just found our next great reclamation project. I think if what we've learned over the back end of the season is Jacoby Brissett can be pretty good for you, but if your motivation is to actually, kind of take back this division, be competitive, win these games, yeah, you've got to find a new path is what you got to do. I think it's just unfortunate because if Jonathan Gannon is brought back, part of what's really compounding the issue now is that Jonathan Gannon has never been a bubbly personality in press conference settings. He's always been very, very brief and very matter of fact, and that's always been his vibe. Even when things were going good for him, that was his vibe. Now things are going terrible, and he can't get out of his character because then it would look like he was trying too hard. If he suddenly became a verbose, talk, indulge the media kind of guy, then people are going to go, see, he's desperate. He's trying too hard. But in the absence of it, he's coming off sounding smug.
I go back to Friday. It was after you guys got off the air and I wasn't here, but the money soundbite from Friday was something, and I'm paraphrasing, stick with us. The sun will rise in the valley. That smug is exactly the word.
And he doesn't mean to. He doesn't mean to come off that way, but that is the way he's coming off.
But even go back earlier in the week when he told Burns and Gambo, I'm very confident that I'll be back next season.
Yeah, we'll learn from this. This will be a growth point for us. What, after 3 years of this?
Why has the learning been absent to this point?
I know. So all of it all kind of spins in the same direction, especially when you've got a market where I don't know what the future of Todd Bowles is going to be in Tampa. I don't know what's going to happen to John Harbaugh in Baltimore. Robert Saleh is going to get a job after this postseason. There are some really good candidates out there that if you were really serious about winning, you would do what Atlanta did. You'd say, okay, Raheem, not bad, but not good enough.
Yeah, but what's the argument on the other side? The critics, when they say why Michael Bidwell would keep Jonathan Gannon around for a fourth year, they point to the finance. Well, he doesn't want to pay 3 ex-coaches.
But that's a myth as well.
But if that's even an inkling of a consideration, are you going to break the bank to pay a fourth head coach and pay one of the highest paid coaches in this cycle? Or are you going to go with an up-and-comer again? It's like Groundhog Day.
The recent track record of the organization speaks for itself.
Yep.
And that is why, this is going to be a very interesting offseason. I included this in my column today because it's one of the most poignant things I've ever gotten from a listener. And the listener pointed out to me that, have you noticed that all the people complaining about Michael Bidwell are actually spelling his name accurately, which means these are not fly-by-night fans fleeing the bandwagon. These are people who know what's what and have had enough.
Or maybe they're just people that don't have fat fingers.
There is that.
Today and tomorrow, your last chances to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss on January 8th. Listen for the code word during this show, during Wolf and Luke, during Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, Arizonasports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, tremendous win by the Suns last night. We'll give you more in Vinny's View. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kentucky has entered the mix for ASU transfer QB, Sam.
What is up with him in basketball schools? Michigan State, Kentucky.
I've done this for 25 years. Literally do a talk show for 25 years. And I can't remember a story that was so perplexing as this story is. There are facts that we're just not aware of.
Big ones.
Facts that we're not aware of right now that cloud this entire conversation in regard to Sam Levitt and ASU.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, basketball fans. Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in downtown Phoenix. It was Jordan Goodwin, Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns who took down the NBA's best in the Oklahoma City Thunder Sunday night, 108-105, thanks to many plays, but mainly this one.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! .7 on the clock, and the three-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Book capped off a night where Jordan Goodwin hit a career-high 8 threes and Dylan Brooks had a monster fourth quarter. The Suns now head to Houston for the Rockets tonight at 6 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday marked the end of the NFL regular season and the end of the Arizona Cardinals season. The Cardinals, after their 37-20 loss to the Rams, finished 3-14 and will end up with the 3rd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, and have questions throughout the organization. For more, head to arizonasports.com. And elsewhere around the NFL, Falcons head coach Raheem Morris and Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski have been fired on this Black Monday, and that's what's trending now.
That boy is good. It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
I don't smoke, but Sunday night Suns win over the Oklahoma City Thunder at Mortgage Matchup Center was so satisfying I was tempted to light up afterwards, if you get my drift. For a moment in the second quarter, it looked like the cold shooting Suns were in store for a beatdown similar to the 49-point thrashing the Thunder had handed them in the NBA Cup quarterfinals less than a month ago. Kenrich Williams hit a three with 3:06 left in the second quarter to extend the defending champs' lead to 18. But unlike that night in OKC, the Suns responded by closing the quarter on an 11-0 run. Then they started the third on a 9-2 blitz that tied the game. The next 21 or so minutes, just awesome basketball. Big shot making from likely sources like Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker for the Suns, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams of the Thunder. But the Suns' advantage turned out to be heroic offense from unlikely sources, Jordan Goodwin and Ryan Dunn. That duo combined to hit 7 of 11 three-pointers in the second half, keeping the Suns close enough to set up a couple of massive threes from Brooks, the second of which put the Suns up 4 with 37 seconds remaining. The Thunder would respond, of course, because that's what championship teams do. Chet Holmgren got an offensive rebound, hit a 14-foot turnaround jumper on the baseline to pull OKC to within 2. Then Brooks committed a crucial turnover on an inbounds play after a timeout, which opened the door for Jalen Williams to tie the game with a 10-footer with 8.7 seconds left. The Suns would put the ball in Booker's hands to win it after a timeout, and for the first time in a long time, Book nailed the shot, a gorgeous step-back three, winning the game for the Suns and fortifying Dan Bickley's place as the preeminent sports soothsayer in Valley Sports. This was the grittiest win of the season for a team that's rougher than P60 sandpaper. For about 21 minutes of the first half, the Suns looked out of sorts and a little intimidated by Oklahoma City's intense defensive pressure, but there was no blinking by the home team in the second half, and they earned one of the most memorable and delicious wins in quite some time. And if they could find a way to topple another team that's given them fits in the Houston Rockets tonight, I may blow right past the post-game cigarette and into a big, fat victory cigar. That's Vinny's View.
I don't know. I never will. Yeah, that's a feeling that, you can't replicate. I'm not close to retirement, but, whenever that day comes, you'll look back on those moments and, that you dreamed of as a kid, with the team trusting you with the ball in the hands no matter what the, result is. And, tonight I was on the good side of it.
That was Devin Booker after hitting the game winner with 0.7 seconds left. Now, the Suns weren't totally out of the woods. With 0.7 left, Oklahoma City used a timeout, and somehow A.J. Mitchell got free for a semi-open look in the corner. He airballed it, and they get away with the win. But let's go back to Booker getting the ball in that stretch.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because Devin Booker did not have a great offensive game. He did a wonderful job of getting to the free throw line, which was frustrating a lot of Oklahoma City fans because they're used to that treatment. So he got his points from the line. But Devin Booker has shot 25% from three-point range over his last 10 games. He's under 30% from the year. If he gets that part of his game going, I don't know what the limit is for this team, quite honestly.
Listen, so there's an old saying that I think applies to Devin Booker and his three-point shooting and last night's big moments. When you want them, he probably won't make them, but when you need it, he will.
Yeah.
That's kind of the feeling.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want them, you're not going to get them all that often. But if you need it in a huge situation, that's what you're going to get. So, listen, not only was this a huge moment for the Phoenix Suns, because you beat Oklahoma City after they smoked you by 49. You now belong in very different conversations we were not having or never expected to have at any point during this season. And that would be what really is the ceiling for this basketball team when they get Jalen Green back. And where can this thing really go? Because it's clear this basketball team looks at itself differently than we do. We're throwing a lot of baggage on them from the last 2 years, from the last 20 years, from the last 57 years. They're a team that doesn't think they're inferior to pretty much anybody.
No.
For whatever reasons, and it's fantastic. And you saw it last night. You got into clutch time minutes last night at the 5-minute mark, and they were down by 4. And you were right. I think when the Thunder went up 18 in the second quarter, there was a feeling by everybody that, okay, this is like a python about ready to strangle and suffocate and squeeze.
I certainly felt
its opponent.
Yeah.
And this thing might be 30, it might be 25, who knows? But it's begun.
Because remember how quick that 49-point loss got out of hand?
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City pulled away. Suns made a little mini run, and then it was just foot on the gas. It was over, and it felt like it was going that direction.
But it actually was more like the first game that they played, where Oklahoma City kept trying to pull away, and the Suns kept fighting back, counterpunching.
Yep.
It is amazing. I keep thinking, like, going into the season, a lot of the experts, even people locally, thought the only possible way that this team could even be competitive, let alone really good, the only way is if Jalen Green plays to near all-star level and Kaman Malawach comes in right away and contributes.
And Devin Booker gets back to being a top 10
Devin Booker
player.
is a top 10, if not top 5 player. And none of those have happened. And somehow this team, it's unbelievable.
Right. And that's why there's reason for real excitement, because once again, the program and the structure is filling in the gaps on nights when individuals are not having their best moments.
Yes.
And look, you would need 2 hands to count the amount of players having career years on the Suns this year.
Is that sustainable?
No doubt about it. Well, I mean, that's a bigger question that we'll have to monitor going through time. But I do want to give Devin Booker credit, too, because of the suffocating defense he faced. He only got 11 shots off last night in 38 minutes. Like I mentioned, he got to the line. But also 9 assists, including just a ridiculous through-the-legs assist.
That was to Mark Williams.
I don't know if I've ever seen that assist before, but 1 turnover for Devin Booker last night, too.
Yeah, that pass, I think it was kind of, I'm going to do this and just hope Mark Williams rolls to the basket and catches this. That was unbelievable.
And they did this on a night where Colin Gillespie looked completely out of sorts.
Oh, worst game I've seen him play as a Sun.
And Jordan Goodwin picked him up and then some. The Killer G is there for each other again. I mean, you'd have to go back. You'd probably have to go back to the finals year or maybe the 64-win season to find a win this satisfying for the Suns. It was fantastic.
I love what they did to the Timberwolves earlier in the year when they stunned them and came all the way back in that final, whatever it was.
Yeah.
That was unreal, but this is a different level of opponent.
Yeah.
So I'm right there with you.
Because if you watch, Oklahoma City, and if you really appreciate good team basketball, first of all, they have ridiculous individual defensive players, but they all buy into the system as well, and that is a really dangerous combination. So for the Suns to get it rolling, they scored 68 points in the second half against that defense. And they did a tremendous job of defending SGA.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
like you said,
bottle that feeling last night.
Good thing you didn't have a pack of Marlboros in your car when you left the arena.
I'd be sounding like this right about now. I'd sound like Lou Brown from Major League.
Yeah, you sound like Jim Cross.
I'm too old to be diving into lockers. Coming up next, Cardinals finish off a terrible season in Los Angeles with a 17-point loss to the Rams. And now we're waiting. Is there a decision coming on the future? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns again with an opportunity to win this thing. 8 seconds left. It's Royce O'Neal throwing in the inbounds pass. Finds Booker just inside the timeline. He puts it on the deck against Caruso. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108 105.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the temperatures in Arizona. This is why we live here, folks. Yesterday was about as sublime and a beautiful day as you are ever going to find anywhere, and it proves that this is the time we love to be outdoors with our family, which means it is also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted if you're a golfer. Great time to install artificial turf, where Turf Monsters can give you and maybe your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and the mess of installing real sod. And pro tip, you save a ton of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekends. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Hey, Big Red Monday. Good morning. Hello, and thank you to our audience in Scottsdale, whether you're listening on the radio, watching on YouTube, taking us in on the app. We appreciate the support in Scottsdale this morning and every morning.
Well, I told him we'll talk tomorrow, but I did tell him, I said they should look around and be grateful for everybody in here, because this room will look a lot different. That's the nature of the NFL. But I told him I was grateful for him and I appreciate him, because you go through a year like this with a lot of adversity. If you don't have good guys, the job's not fun. And I had fun every day. So that was cool, man.
It's Jonathan Gannon talking on the Cardinals radio network after a 37-20 season-ending loss to the Los Angeles Rams. The numbers are out there, and they are ugly. 3-14, 9-game losing streak. Longest losing streak now tied in Arizona Cardinals history during the course of one season. They lost 14 of their last 15 games. They gave up more points than they've ever given up in any season in any city that the Cardinals have called home. Just ugly. But they had fun. They had fun, they had fun every day.
Yeah. No, listen, nobody, and again, this is the kind of verbiage that nobody wants to hear. As you pointed out, I think fans would much rather hear exactly the opposite. That we are so tired of this. Unacceptable. What we put on the field this year, that can never happen again. We apologize to everybody.
Did not hear that one time.
Not one time.
From one individual.
Not one time.
The only person that got upset about anything was Josh Sweat not making the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Other than that, it was, we're back to work.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane for a team that won 3 games and the 2 of their 3 wins came in the first 2 games of the season?
Yes.
They won 1 game the rest of the way, and everything is kind of happy-go, lucky, show up to work, let's just do our jobs. And it's not just the head coach. It's organization down.
And as you point out, the narrative changed, too, throughout the season. Because the first half of the season they were losing a lot of close games. They were right there. They're really not that bad. They're not as bad as their record because they're right there. Average margin of victory, 4 points, 3 points, whatever. The second half of the season, there was not a lot of close games.
No, the average margin of defeat in the 9-game losing streak was 15.8 points.
Yeah.
Those were not close. There was a couple close games mixed in there, but again, even when games were close, another hallmark of this year's Arizona Cardinals team was they could not make the requisite plays to win games when they were there for the taking.
Yes. Generally, when a team puts together a streak of 5 close losses like the Cardinals did, 13 points, whatever it happened to be, generally the narrative is, man, did they coach up and scheme up to keep things close? Man, did that team overachieve to keep things close? Those games didn't feel like that. Those games felt like all missed opportunities that they could have, should have, would have won had they been smarter, had they played more aggressive, had they done this, that, or the third. So even that string of close losses, I don't think is worthy of praise for this coaching staff. Finally, the idea that, well, look, Jonathan Gannon's players really seem to like him. Again, may I remind people that in the NFL, a sport that is so violent and so NFL players hate football practice more than any other athletes hate practicing in their own sports.
True.
It's so if you get a head coach like Jonathan Gannon who is not riding you, who is always Mr. Positive and Mr. Process, you're going to appreciate that. But the results speak for themselves. Look at Atlanta. The players in Atlanta love Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
Did that matter to Arthur Blank?
Nope, it did not. A team that's had 8 straight losing seasons, but also had an owner that said enough is enough.
Yeah.
We're going in a different direction. I did a little research during the vacation and in preparation for today's conversations. And we're not reporting anything. We don't know anything. We're basing what we think will happen. And I think Jonathan Gannon will be given a 4th year by the Arizona Cardinals. And I'm judging that based on what the insiders have been reporting for the last several weeks. This was Jonathan Gannon's second 13-loss season in 3 years. The list of NFL coaches that have survived 2 13-loss seasons is a very, very short list. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, please do.
Hugh Jackson of the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, boy.
Who went 1-15 in 2016 and 0-16 in 2017. Somehow
got a year 3.
Was given a year 3. Started out 2-5 and was 2-5-1 and was fired after 8 games. David Shula of the Cincinnati Bengals went 5-11, 3-13, 3-13 in his first 3 years from 92 to 94. Was given a 4th year. They finished 7-9. And then started out year 5 at 1-6, fired midseason. The third is a special case. John McKay, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who I was very disappointed, by the way, in researching this, that John McKay never actually said he was in favor of his team's execution when he was asked about it. There's no proof that he ever said those words.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's a book written about it. But anyway.
Wow. That quote is always attributed to him.
Yes. John McKay went 0-14 as an expansion team coach with the Buccaneers in 1976. No expectations there. In his fourth year, he had the Buccaneers in the NFC Championship game. Overall, in 9 years as their head coach, he took them to the playoffs 3 times. His second to last year, they lost 14 games. So that's a special circumstance there.
Yeah.
He finished 6-10 in 1984 and then walked away from football at age 61. That's your list. Jonathan Gannon could be the fourth guy.
That's crazy.
With no hint of real success.
Yeah. So really, it's going to be what is the reaction of the fan base going to be? Because like I said, I think the fan base, they're going to hear any number of reasons why. If Jonathan Gannon is back, and all indications seem to point that he will be, if he is back, you're going to hear all the reasons that we have aforementioned throughout the course of this show and throughout the last few weeks. Cardinal fans are not going to think anything other than this football team is not serious or this football team is cheap.
Yeah.
They do not want to have to fire another coaching staff, bring in a guy who might cost a lot of money because the name guys do. And this is not something the Cardinals are prone to do. And so all of that. Now, what are they going to do about season ticket renewals? Well, here's where things get interesting to me, because you know that as the Cardinals have lost their home field advantage, the art of being a season ticket holder for the Cardinals, it's more commodification. It's about what kind of investment, what can I get back for these tickets? Home games in 2026, aside from the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks, you've got the Eagles coming here. You've got the Commanders coming here. You've got the Broncos coming here. You've got the Lions coming here. You've got the Raiders coming here, and you've got the Jets coming here. Now, there's a handful of teams in that list I just told you that travel very well, whom there would be fans of those teams who would want to buy your season tickets if you purchase them from the Cardinals. The question becomes, have enough people been through this season and realized that secondary market, the prices, I'm real curious how this is all going to fall out. Because it's one thing for sports fans to talk about, I'm done with this team.
Yeah, it is.
It seems next level to me with the Cardinals and their fans this year, but we're going to see. We're going to see what they do. Because that schedule, at least with the schedule of home games, if you were entrepreneurial by nature, you might say, oh, good chance for me to make some money. I don't know, Vinny.
I mean, you certainly, but that's something that Cardinals fans who've held onto their tickets for a long time, it's a normal occurrence for them. Is the day after the season ends, looking at that list of opponents that's coming to town and making that decision.
Yep.
The other thing to consider is there's waiting lists. Years-long waiting list for season tickets for the NFL. The NFL is still the NFL. People want to be a part of it.
It's a good point.
It's horribly frustrating. At
I'm
heart
right
of
there
it, again,
with you.
nothing personal against anybody that we're talking about today. We are all in the interest of the Arizona Cardinals being a good football team that competes for championships. And they're just light years away from that right now.
And listen, if we don't react this way, then we are not a serious football town. Never mind whether the Cardinals are a serious football team. If we collectively go, oh, give them a break. It's only been 3 terrible years, then we're not being serious as a sports market.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Big Red Monday and the reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Larry Legend.
Second down and goal at the 5. They can win it with a touchdown. Snap to Palmer, rolls out, and it's a pitch to Fitz, running straight ahead into the end zone. The shovel pass for the touchdown and the win.
A top 15 finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Fitz on the shovel pass scores, and the Cardinals win it in overtime.
We find out if number 11 becomes a first ballot Hall of Famer on February 5th. The home of the Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
You've seen his faces on billboards, Valley buses, TV commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And if you're hurt in an accident, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorney is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and their extensive trial experience literally gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. This is why Sweet James not only wins 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country, and having the right attorney on your side can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta. Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had the Valley feeling some type of way last night after his go-ahead step-back three with 0.7 seconds left to give the Suns a 108-105 lead over the Thunder, which would lead to a win, their sixth win in their last 7 games, and the Suns moved to 21-14 on the season, and they're right back at it tonight from H-Town against old friend Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets right here at 6 o'clock on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals season officially came to an end over the weekend. Their Week 18 37-20 loss to the Rams moved them to 3-14 for the year and left fans asking, where do they go from here? For potential answers, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And Kenny Dillingham and ASU got their new quarterback, Cutter Boley, a transfer from Kentucky, committed to ASU on Saturday night. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Time to hit the big stories on this Monday, and there is a lot of them. And Sammy's here to take us through the reboot. Sammy.
Yes, good morning. There are a lot of stories on this Monday morning, and I want to jump in with them. And I want to start actually with the Phoenix Suns. Their win against Oklahoma City last night. And I found this yesterday after the game. The Suns have the highest field goal percentage in the clutch in the NBA this season. So essentially the best shooting team in the clutch. And last night was no different. So what did we learn after the Suns beat the NBA's best team in the Thunder last night?
Again, that they deserve to be in some heavier conversations than we even anticipated 2 weeks ago when we thought, wow, what a magical season this is.
Yeah, I think what I learned is that, and I was starting to feel this way anyway, but I think last night really kind of pushed it in this direction further. The Suns have moved past a feel-good, nice story to begin the season to, okay, this is a real team. That if we don't go in there, and look, J.J. Redick said it about a month ago. If you do not play hard against this team, they will expose you. And they play hard every night. And now it's moved past, oh, isn't that cute? The Suns are back. Yep. Now it's they're a real threat to anybody.
For me, it was Devin Booker down the stretch, and to Vinny's point, like, oh, they've been cute all season. Last night, I think the Suns grew up in a large way.
Okay, let's take that a step further, if you don't mind. I thought it was fascinating. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is usually the endgame assassin in the NBA. I thought it was fascinating, that little cat and mouse game they were playing with Royce O'Neal, and they were trying to run through actions.
Yes, to get to Shai.
Exactly. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I think he was, 1 for 5 down the stretch? He wasn't great.
He didn't have
8 for 22 in the game.
Yeah.
And he didn't have his best game, and I was waiting for him and Book to kind of go blow for blow, but it was Book getting the better of it. Okay, so NFL playoff picture. The bracket's out. The playoffs are set. There it is. Wow. Which of these games this coming weekend intrigues you the most in round one?
Rams and Panthers does nothing for me, which is why they get the 2:30 slot on Saturday. Packers,
they got the Texans slot.
They did.
Yes.
Packers at the Bears. Look, that is their third meeting in 6 weeks.
I know, unreal.
The Bills at Jacksonville does nothing for me. The 49ers at Philly is very interesting to me. The Chargers at the Patriots, and the Texans at the Steelers. That's pretty interesting.
You're a harsh critic.
The Bills at Jacksonville.
Buffalo, I think, is an awesome game. Man.
Niners, Eagles.
It's just the Jacksonville, Carolina. There's just no stardust
Like
there.
Did any of us, when we watched the Cardinals play Jacksonville and the way that game played out, did any of us think the Jaguars were a serious contender?
No. I even said it on these airwaves. They're not that good. I don't think they've lost since then.
Right, they haven't.
They haven't. Vinny,
and by the way, in that matchup, too, I don't know if that's at the top of the list for me, but it's very high. Trevor Lawrence is playing more like Josh Allen than Josh Allen is right now.
And also, so seeing that bracket right now on January 5th, if you were to give a Super Bowl matchup, who do you think it would be?
I'm all in on the Seahawks now.
I heard I heard part of the interview with JB Long when he was on. And he said, I don't know who it's going to be, but I guarantee the NFC champion is coming out of the West. It's hard to argue with that.
Okay.
You'd have to favor Seattle because all roads go through there, and they only have to win 2 games to get there. I think the AFC is a crapshoot because I still have a level of distrust with Denver and New England.
No.
I think I trust the Patriots more than I do the Broncos.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
See, for me, I think the NFC, the winner of that Niners-Eagles game, will be in the Super Bowl. And I think in the AFC, I'm trusting the best quarterback. I think this is the year Josh Allen and the Bills get to the Super Bowl.
You said the winner of the Niners-Eagles game will be in the Super Bowl?
I think so.
Well, listen, he's been riding the 49ers since day one, so I don't think he's going to jump off them now.
True.
But what that Seattle defense did to the 49ers was vicious and ruthless and unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay, so last thing, overarching NFL. It's Black Monday, the NFL day that's not full of sunshine. We've seen Raheem Morris and Kevin Stefanski both fired by their respective teams. What other coaches around the league are in serious trouble?
I think the John Harbaugh situation in Baltimore
It's gonna be
is going to
fascinating.
be very interesting. Mm-hmm. Do they move on from both he and Lamar Jackson? I think.
How crazy is that? If the guy makes that field goal, we wouldn't be talking about this.
No.
Well,
but
I know you heard this,
if he
Jared.
makes the
It's a
field goal,
make or miss
I
league,
know,
Jared.
but that's not.
if he makes the field goal, we might be talking about Mike
Tomlin.
Tomlin being fired.
Yes.
Okay, so Mike McDaniel, is he safe in Miami? That's a big question to me. Pete Carroll, is he safe in Vegas?
He's gone.
I think Carroll's going to be gone.
Okay, Zach Taylor looks safe in Cincinnati to me. Aaron Glenn looks safe with the New York Jets. That leaves John Harbaugh, Jonathan Gannon, and that's it. I'm not missing anybody. Mike McDaniel was considered a prime candidate to get fired. I'm not sure if he's going to.
Todd Bowles.
Oh, yeah, Todd Bowles, absolutely.
They faded completely down the stretch.
They did. And so, okay, with that conversation, let me give you the Cardinals facts real quick. So the Cardinals went 3-14. They lost 9 straight to end the year. They've given up the most points in franchise history. Bick mentioned it was the largest gap from 4th to 3rd place. They have the worst record in this 3-year rebuild. You're paying a quarterback to essentially not be on your team, and you have the 3rd draft pick in a 2-quarterback draft. And you have thoughts of running it all back. Think about that.
Is there a question there? Or is
No, believe me, I
There's
have
not.
thought about it. I have thought about that. And look, and with all due respect to Monty Ossenfort, the fact that they've got the number 3 pick, it doesn't excite me the way it would after watching Marvin Harrison Jr. the last couple of years.
Does Stefanski or Raheem Morris, does that do anything for
Kevin
you?
Stefanski is a 2-time Coach of the Year in the
yeah.
NFL. He definitely interests me.
Yeah, I mean,
John Harbaugh would interest me.
I don't think Raheem Morris should have been fired in Atlanta. On the other side of that token, I don't necessarily think there should be interest if the Cardinals are going to move on. Stefanski's in a different boat.
Yep, I agree. All right, our
2-time Coach of the Year in Cleveland.
Yes. Our last thing. So, stacking wins. The spreadsheet, this NFL season is over, and so congratulations to Vince Marotta on your stacking wins title. 74 wins, and Dan and I came in 67 wins.
Wow,
and
you
Jared
pulled away with
64.
that.
I'd like to thank the Broncos and the Seahawks. 2 of the 3 14-win teams in the league.
And lastly, in our spreadsheet, each week we draft games against the spread. We had some shuffling in the last week of the season.
Really?
Jarrett Carlin is your winner.
Oh my goodness.
A winning percentage of 48.4%. He went 30, 32 and 1 on the year. That's respectable. And a narrow second place, Sammy Sabolka.
Wow.
46.04%.
Did I go winless last week?
Sorry?
Did I go winless?
You went winless.
Wow.
And so that brings you in at third at 45.7. 0.3 percentage points behind myself, and Vinny 42% on the year. So first in stacking wins.
Sounds like my
in
geometry grade my sophomore year.
It does show you, though, over the course of a season, we all hovered around 50%
Just
in a
regressed.
game where we were just picking between 2 things.
So I don't even know what I ended up with last week.
So you went 1-3.
Did I?
Yeah. So you had the Rams, which hit for you. The Chargers, Packers, and Bears all did not cover.
That was the hardest week last week because nobody knew who was playing for what and who was
I
playing.
even
in the games.
texted Jarrett yesterday. The opening line on Rams Cardinals was LA by 4.5.
Yeah.
By game day, they were favored by
7.5.
14.5.
Oh, yeah. Well, and it's also interesting because we do this segment and we draft the games. So, like, if a game's off the board, you can't take it. I'd find it interesting if we did this next year, of if we just pick our 4 best games and see if that might change. Because looking at it, my 4th round pick, the Patriots minus 10.5 hit. I wouldn't have picked them if.
Here's what I think we do. I think we keep the game exactly the same.
But you can take.
But we pick all games and record all games as a separate stat.
So you're picking
because we fill out all games anyways.
Right.
I think what we do next year, is whoever wins it best percentage. Maybe this year we could do it. Whoever wins it with the best percentage gets a championship belt of some sort.
I don't know about
Since I actually won this freaking thing.
And shout out Ray, who won our fantasy league.
Way to go, Ray.
Way to go, Ray.
Sorry about that, Ferret.
Bijan Ramos.
So I'll reboot it. Happy Monday.
And Ray has no idea how much that belt would have meant to
I know.
Jared
Mitch
Carlin.
bring
None.
the physical belt from.
Did he bring it?
He not only brought it,
He wore it.
He slung it over his shoulder.
He wore it around his waist. He put it on the desk so it was staring at me, mocking me.
Who won the Wolf and Luke League? Anybody from the air?
I don't know.
Did Luke win?
I don't know.
Luke
I hope
wins
not.
every fantasy league. All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Coming up next, Kenny Dillingham promised ASU would be fine at quarterback going forward without Sam Levitt. Was he right? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. This is one of many reasons why you choose Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And that is because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which means they are licensed, they're bonded, they're insured, they've all passed background checks, they have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Give them a call up for any of your needs. For more than 50 years, Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona homeowners and businesses stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable, highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days, and they will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They'll show up on time. They'll fix it right at a fair price. They will treat your home like it's their own, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776 5231. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Join us at 10 a.m. as we'll be reacting to the latest news regarding the transfer portal and ASU. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
With that, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
That was Kenny Dillingham. You can hear the smile on his face back on December 8th talking about the future of the quarterback position when the whole Sam Levitt thing unraveled and Sam Levitt didn't attend the year-end banquet. There's a lot of wild speculation on what happened to Sam Levitt. But did Kenny Dillingham secure a really, really good quarterback for Arizona State? Because heard you guys talking about it on Friday, speculating, and as Friday went along, it looked more and more like Cutter Boley, formerly of the University of Kentucky, would be the guy. And over the weekend, it became official. He committed to transfer to Arizona State. Cutter Boley just finished his redshirt freshman year, 6'5", 220 pounds for Kentucky. Put up some decent numbers, was the SEC all-freshman team quarterback. So this is a significant pickup for Kenny Dillingham.
Guy named Cutter at ASU. What could go wrong?
Yeah,
that's possibly
I was going to say, when ASU fans hear the name Cutter, normally it's a cringeworthy thing, but now they're going to have to get past that. Spelled differently.
Yeah, listen, so I also think, I really believe that this is, you talk about the weird changing world of college football. The story of Sam Levitt, to me, is about as weird as it gets. This is a guy that during the 2024 season was on the verge of becoming the gold standard for ASU quarterbacks, and his predecessors, those were his predecessors' words, not just mine. And the way he played and how good he was in that playoff game, we really thought that this guy was going to be an all-time Sun Devil, and a year later, he's persona non grata. It's remarkable to me. As I pointed out in the column today, both he and Jonathan Gannon, severe popularity dips in the span of one season.
Oh, yeah.
Severe.
Different with the Levitt thing, too, because of the cloud of mystery around it. Now, serve me, memory, I think my memory serves me here. Sam Levitt was back on the sideline for ASU in Tempe at the U of A game, correct?
Yes.
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 Then after that was the banquet thing.
No showdown.
There was, I don't know, do we want to call it Kenny Dillingham's statement or words on that cryptic? Because he did say, we want to acknowledge a captain who's not here, Sam Levitt. Wish him best of luck in his future. And I'm paraphrasing. That's what was said. Here are facts, and I'm not saying this because Sam Levitt is now gone.
All right.
You're right. His status really changed. There's some murkiness about how an injury even occurred. We know the rumors that are out there. They've never been substantiated.
Well, let's talk about that for a second.
If those rumors are substantiated, you see how things could have soured.
Well, listen, so one of the rumors, and we know this because I was hit up with this rumor very early on, and others were as well, that Sam Levitt injured himself playing pickup basketball, which depending on your perspective is either, okay, give him a break, he's a kid, kids do things like that, or given the fact that he was making, $3 million from ASU, you would think it's very much a derelict of duty. It got to the point where Kenny Dillingham even not only vehemently defended Sam Levitt, he brought up those rumors in defense of Sam Levitt.
Sam. I'm just glad he didn't play basketball this week, Because that's what people think a competitor like that does. It's disgusting. The dude's a battler. He's a competitor. He's a fighter. He wants to do everything he can to get on that field for his team. He was ready to play this week. I felt he was ready to play this week, and he played, and he fought, and he competed, and that's what Sam Levitt does.
So Kenny Dillingham, to his credit, defended Sam Levitt at every single turn, but there are people who are wondering, did Kenny Dillingham just basically say, let's just part ways? You go find a new home, I'll go find a new quarterback, and we'll call it good.
Yeah, which is cutthroat. It's disappointing because I think at the beginning of the season, if you would have asked ASU fans, Sam Levitt's going to play college football in 2026. Do you want him in maroon and gold or elsewhere? Everybody would have said we want him here. We want him to end his career here, go into the NFL. The reasons why he would play college football, because at the beginning of the year, we were all just reserved to the fact that he was going to be in the NFL. He was projected by some to be a top 10 pick in this draft coming up in 3-4 months. The fact of the matter is, when Sam Levitt did play this year, he was not very good.
No.
There were 23 quarterbacks in the Big 12 this year that threw 50 or more passes. Of those 23, Sam Levitt had the 15th best quarterback rating. He was behind guys like Caden Salter of Colorado, who got benched several times this year. Avery Johnson at Kansas State, who was pretty much terrible every time I watched him. Will Hammond, the backup at Texas Tech, had a higher rating than Sam Levitt.
Yeah, and so I think it all kind of plays into this idea that we're not quite certain what went on down here behind the scenes, but it could have been something, because Graham Rossini on this radio station said it from what he understands, it wasn't about money, and he wasn't going to say another word about it. Because people were wondering, okay, look, dude, you're a college quarterback who just made $3 million. Why would you want to leave Tempe, especially if he ends up in Lexington? Is that where Kentucky is? Kentucky is.
That's the biggest thing. If this is just like a quarterback swap, then what was the point of Levitt leaving anyway?
You can't say it's not for money if you're going to Kentucky.
Like it's.
Okay.
Well, we don't know.
You're right.
We don't know what the price tag is,
and we don't know what his options are. Because there were reports that he was going to go visit Texas Tech, and then that visit got delayed, and now Texas Tech has apparently moved off of that.
They've moved on to Brendan Sorsby.
And they moved on to Brendan Sorsby, who's going to make a ton of money at Texas Tech. But Sun Devil fans, this is part of their frustration with Sam Levitt. It's like, we're all celebrating this great thing we're building here. Why don't you want to be part of it?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't have a choice.
And I will say this: had Sam Levitt ended up in Lubbock with Texas Tech, you want to talk about persona non grata? That would have been a hard pill to swallow.
It definitely would.
Maybe
if
this
he ends up at LSU like another former ASU quarterback did. That's not going to be the easiest pill to swallow either.
That's funny,
especially with that head coach they have now. Yeah. Maybe this thing soured early, because if you remember, after the first couple games, Levitt admitted that he came into the season believing the Heisman hype. And kind of focusing on that. And maybe the team just was like, this is what you're worried about, and you let it affect your play. And
no, he got better. I mean, he
did get better.
The Mississippi State game was gross on a lot of different levels, and the quarterback play was among them.
Yeah.
And they came back in that game, down over 20 points by running the football, which you don't see that often. He got better in the middle of the season. The Texas Tech game obviously was the highlight of it, but it was not a good follow-up year for Sam Levitt.
So Cutter Boley, welcome to Sun Devil Nation. Let's hope.
Well, and it's a very similar trajectory that Levitt had getting to ASU, because Levitt was a freshman at Michigan State, came to ASU, kind of had that. Well, obviously Cam Scatterbu was there, but he had a good year. And at this point, I just trust Kenny Dillingham in the way he's going to be able to make a quarterback.
Kenny Dillingham recruited Cutter Boley when he was at Oregon, and apparently that was the first phone call made.
Wow.
Was to Cutter Boley. And Cutter Boley is a Lexington, Kentucky kid, so playing for Kentucky obviously meant something to him.
Right.
But he wanted to play for Kenny Dillingham. And with the coaching change in Lexington, made perfect sense.
And on we go.
Yeah, it's just it still makes me want to shower every time I talk about college football.
Yeah, listen, it's really been I would say football season is over in Arizona, except it's not. We've got a game left with the Fiesta Bowl. But all in all, I guess aside from the Wildcats, who kind of got it handed to them in their bowl game.
They only lost by 5.
Wait a minute. They came back. They played about half of football.
Okay. Did you see those opt-outs?
It was a good season for Arizona football. B+.
Very good season.
Yes.
But everywhere else it was awful.
Yeah. Dang.
Yeah.
The ASU season was now awful. I'm not willing to go that far.
Okay, listen, I don't mean the season was awful, but just everything in terms of expectations, in terms of the Sam Levitt component, the Territorial Cup. Okay, awful's too strong of a word.
Disappointing.
That's a good word.
Even
frustrating.
The Sun Bowl hurt a little bit, too.
Yeah.
After all that swimming in the cereal bowl, they still lost. Coming up next, Bix got your blast on this Big Red Monday. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They use about 25% of the money Texas Tech does. They can't put all their money into Sam Levitt because it costs them other guys. That's why Kenny's really pushing for businesses to step up. They want to increase that NIL money. They want to get it to the point where they can pay whoever they have to pay top dollar and still keep everybody else. One guy cannot be bigger than the programs. 105 guys on the football program. Not all of them are getting NIL money, but a few of them are, and that's why they cannot go ahead and just overpay for one guy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And nagging joint pain comes from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis. Sometimes it's years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old sports injury that never healed properly. No matter where it comes from, it's a really bad deal if it limits your everyday life. Good news is QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use advanced regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged joint tissue, the damage in your joints that is causing you all the issues, and the results are long-term lasting results. And this stuff, folks, really works. I know that. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. Also had a terrible case of tennis elbow. After 4 rounds of treatment, I am markedly better. And at QC Kinetics, this is an all-organic approach. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door and get on with your day. Your first consultation at QC Kinetics will be free. Remember that. So bring in your MRIs and your X-rays. They'll find out if you're a good candidate. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in downtown Phoenix. It was Jordan Goodwin, Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns who took down the NBA's best in the Oklahoma City Thunder Sunday night, 108-105. Thanks to many things, but mainly this.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Book capped off a night where Jordan Goodwin hit a career-high 8 threes and Dillon Brooks had a monster fourth quarter. The Suns now head to Houston for the Rockets tonight at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And yesterday marked the end of the NFL regular season and the end of the Arizona Cardinals season. The Cardinals, after their 37-20 loss to the Rams, finish 3-14 and will end up with the 3rd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft and have questions throughout the organization. For more, head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
It was so fitting that Devin Booker made a game-winning shot on Sunday night, thus closing out Kyler Murray's last day as a member of the Cardinals. Because while both wore number 1, there's no doubt who is number 1 in the Valley. It's Devin Booker, and it's the Phoenix Suns. Not that Kyler Murray had anything to do with the final 11 losses of the Cardinals season. He did not. But the end of the Murray era finds the Cardinals in a terribly dark place and miles behind the competition in last place, while Booker's epic game winner last night gave Valley football fans the perfect landing spot, the perfect new team to cheer for, a team that is exceeding all expectations by a wide margin. Beating Oklahoma City in any fashion is a huge accomplishment, especially after the Thunder dealt the Suns the worst loss in franchise history in their previous meeting. But for Book to nail a three-pointer on command in a year when he's really struggling with the three ball, well, it's a reminder to everybody that Book is that guy, a guy worthy of that number that he wears on his jersey, a guy who might be reclaiming all that was lost during the 2 years with Kevin Durant. In fact, by the time this season is over, Book might be second only to the great Larry Fitzgerald, who was so good he had 2 number 1s on his jersey. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Suns again with an opportunity to win this thing. 8 seconds left. It's Royce O'Neal throwing in the inbounds pass. Finds Booker just inside the timeline. He puts it on the deck against Caruso. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
John Bloomer on the call last night on the Suns radio network. Devin Booker hitting the three. Didn't need the three. Took the three and made the three over Alex Caruso, one of the best on-ball defenders in the NBA. And let's start with the Suns part of this whole thing. The Suns became just the 4th team this year to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. We know the Spurs have their number. Spurs have beaten them 3 times in 3 games. An amazing accomplishment. Portland got them first. Minnesota got them, and now the Suns got them.
Wow.
It's a very, very elite list of teams.
It sure is.
That have beaten the Oklahoma City Thunder because they're that dialed in on a night-to-night basis.
And it's, again, a game like last night really leads you to believe that you can trust where this thing is going, because I think what we all talk about is sustainability. You've got any number of guys having career years with the Phoenix Suns in terms of scoring, and the big question is, can they make it last? The quality of coaching they're getting is absolutely elite. We talked briefly about the endgame situation and the actions they're running SGA through and the defensive matches they were trying to get in that realm to their favor. And by the end of it, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is such a tremendous endgame assassin, well, he wasn't last night.
No.
And so with every passing game, the preparation of the Phoenix Suns is just something to behold.
But there's also a flexibility in the coaching, too. Let's go back to Friday night in the Sacramento game. Jordan Ott called Colin Gillespie off the bench to sub in for Devin Booker, who was feeling it a little bit. And Devin Booker just kind of turned around, looked at Colin Gillespie, and just shook his head, went, nope. Colin Gillespie kind of sauntered back to the bench.
Yeah, that's great.
And then Book went on another scoring binge to help put the game, and pretty much assure that Devin Booker didn't have to play in the fourth quarter of that game on Friday night.
I should have kind of folded in the first quarter of that Kings game because that was a great moment when Devin Booker, who has been a very engaged and willing player under the new coaching staff. There are moments still when he can kind of say,
Yes.
I am Devin Booker, just so you know.
Let me say this real quick on that. So I was at that game, and I'm sitting there, and this family's right in front of me, and these two kids, you can tell they're Phoenix Suns kind of diehards, and they have all the jersey, the swag. And Book makes his first couple, and I lean to the kid looks back at me, he goes, Book's playing well. I go, he might have 20 in this first quarter. And he goes, no way, no way. He starts going. And this kid and I are going back and he was shook that Book was able to do. It was one of those moments where it was like, man, it's great to see the happiness on like these young kids' fans' face when he starts going off.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a game where Booker probably would have had somewhere 45 plus had the game been more competitive.
Like Sammy's like, I talked to this young guy at the game. What was he, 1?
Tim McMahon pointed out on ESPN.com, Booker's 9th career go-ahead bucket in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime. And according to ESPN research, only DeMar DeRozan has made more such shots since Booker entered the league in 2015.
But it had been a while since he had a moment like that.
It had been a while.
Yeah.
To quote Stained.
Well, that's right. And it's also been a season where this hasn't been Devin Booker's greatest season for a couple of different reasons.
The three-point shooting obviously
is the obvious
jumps
one.
off the page.
Is the obvious one. So that I think is what really kind of adds some spice to last night's moment. That it was such a big-time moment. You know, we've talked about this for years on end. In the NBA, that is how you become a top 10 player. You can do Stugotz for the first 46 minutes of the game, but you're going to come through in the final 2. You're going to find a way to make that ball go in that rim.
Before we move on to the other number one in this equation, can I tell a great story from last night?
Sure.
The coaching line of the year. This is where my vantage point really pays off. There was a play last night. I don't remember at which point of the game. There was a foul near midcourt, and the ball ended up in Dylan Brooks' hands. The official who blew the whistle was JT Orr, and he turned his back to Dylan Brooks, who at the time that JT to signal the foul to the scorer's table, as he turned his back, Dylan Brooks threw the basketball to JT Orr, and he saw it coming out of the corner of his eye, so he turned really quick, and he made like a juggling catch, and then he looked to see who threw it. Because, you know, sometimes officials will be like, who threw that? And if they see it's Dylan Brooks, they're going to call it T. He didn't call it T. Kind of just Dylan Brooks put his hands up and said, sorry. JT Orr kind of acknowledged that. Mark Daignault, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who was working the officials all night, said to JT Orr, pretty good catch for a blind guy.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Whoa!
That should have resulted in one of these. Oh, my goodness.
I was audibly laughing. I thought it was a really funny line.
That is a good line.
The other number one in this equation, Kyler Murray. You mentioned it in the blast. He's kind of off the hook for this debacle of the season.
Kind of is.
Hasn't played in a really long time. Kyler Murray ends this season with 2 wins on his resume. Jacoby Brissett, who played 7 more games than Kyler Murray, had 1.
Yeah.
Kyler had 2/3 of the team's
This
wins.
was not a Kyler Murray issue this year.
No, it was not.
And it's led some people to believe maybe they should just bring Kyler back for another year.
Who's saying that? Jared Kyler?
He's the
run it all
financial
back.
burden.
Everyone, all the coaches, run it all back.
We're paying them.
Give them
Run it all
another
back.
chance.
Right.
Don't you believe in second chances? Anyone here? Come on.
This was kind of it for some people involved.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is that's going to be interesting because I don't know when the next time we're going to hear from Kyler Murray, what uniform he's going to be wearing. I don't know whether, like many instances of relationships gone wrong over the years in that organization, that there's like this mutual agreement, let's not talk bad about each other, because if it does, we'll throw it right back at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if we're ever going to get any resolution like we didn't get resolution on any number of stories with the Cardinals of recent vintage. So
ain't that the truth? Coming up next, speaking of the Cardinals. Did you hear that?
I hear that.
Okay. It's not just speaking of the Cardinals.
I'll take a number 5 with it.
Didn't Steely Dan once sing that line? FM, no static at all.
We don't know if this is going over the air, do we?
I
hear it.
Okay.
Do you hear it when I talk to? Oh, boy.
Call an engineer, Ferret.
Hey, let's just forge ahead. Coming up next, speaking of the Cardinals, what do they do with their staff? Coaching staff, front office. Hey, we're cleared up. Your phone calls at 602-260-9870 are next. Open phone time on this Big Red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Last play of the season, Stafford takes a snap, takes a knee, and the Cardinals lose 37-20. Their final record is 3-14. It was a great start to the year. The Cardinals won their first 2 games, but since then, they have just one win, and that was at Dallas on a Monday night back in early November.
More reaction to another division loss and to this 3-14 season on the way. Plus, we look around the league on the NFL's Black Monday. Stay with us on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had already paid off her mortgage and her home in 41 months on a Life Changer Loan. That's less than 4 years. Can you imagine that? That's what Life Changer Loan is doing for people all over the valley. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make into the account goes to paying off all of your debt, which means it's paying all the principal of your home, and in 5 years, that is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, but primarily what it does is it gives you decades to build personal wealth while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. And you can attack this and all your debt with a great deal of confidence because you always have access to your equity, talking about 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, this isn't for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta. Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Good morning, and a shout out to our listeners and audience in Goodyear. We appreciate the support in Goodyear.
Physically, I'm fine. Part of this football game.
Emotionally, mentally, though?
Emotionally, a little bittersweet, you know. Man, you never know. You never want the end to come, you know. But couldn't be more proud of the guys in this locker room, the coaches, players, support staff. I think it's a lot of stuff that has gone unnoticed that guys have never made an excuse about. Had every opportunity to, and guys just put their head down. Multiple different guys came to work, smiles on their faces. As a teammate, as a player, as a quarterback, that's all you want from your teammates. And I think the guys in this locker room did.
All due respect, Jacoby Brissett, you never want the end to come. Speak for yourself there. I am so glad that this football season is over for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
There's more of an indicator of couldn't be more proud of this team and the guys in the locker room and the coaching staff. Proud of what? 3-14 is nothing to be proud of. You bring home a report card full of D's and F's, it's not getting hung up on the refrigerator door. Sorry.
No, that's exactly right. So again, and I think at this point in time, they're looking for any reason to stay positive, to say the right things. You can't sugarcoat what we all saw with our eyes for the people that watched every down of this football team.
But staying positive apparently is the goal. 602-260-9870, some open phone time on this Big Red Monday. George and Tempe starts us off here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Hey, George.
Hey, gentlemen. Happy New Year. Good to have the band back together for the new year. We all know that it's going to be a very, very, very steep climb as long as Michael Bidwell's the owner, because he's just not a serious man. He's going to wind up keeping Gannon. I think we all know that, but they've got to get rid of everybody else. They really have to. I'm kind of on the fence on Monty. But, one of the indications of how poor this coaching staff really thinks things through is this game was not about a win or a loss. This game was about Michael Wilson and Trey McBride getting the numbers. At least Michael got his 1,000. Trey McBride, it's a damn shame. They had the other guy on the other side of the field knowing what he was getting and knowing what they had to get Trey McBride his reception championship, and they didn't get it for him. And that really pisses me off, because that's really all that game was about. Everything else is just a matter of just waiting out and seeing what happens next year with the draft, finding out whether they can actually, find their butt with both hands and go forward.
George,
thank you, George. Appreciate
the phone call. Real quick.
Always good talking to you.
Did you have any problem with the Trey McBride not getting the most? He finished with 126, 3 behind Puka. I don't care.
I don't care either. No, listen, I watched Puka Nacua yesterday, and it confirmed to me Puka Nacua is as close to Larry Fitzgerald as I've ever seen. A guy that doesn't blow you away with speed, but has the most incredible hands you're ever going to see.
Yeah, and runs like a fullback. When he does run.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it going on the phones out to Mesa. John is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What say you, John?
Man, first I want to say thank you guys for putting up with this entire season and getting on the air and giving us something to talk about, even though it really hasn't been much to talk about all year. I've been a Cardinals fan now for 18 years. I'm 27 years old. First year I became a fan was the Super Bowl year. I've sat through the bad years, man. I mean, I had more enjoyment watching the John Skelton, Kevin Cobb years, Brian Hoyer years over this. This is just unreal. Bidwell's got to concede that he is not a football guy. No one in his family ever has been. That's just not what they do. He's got to bring someone on like the Falcons have brought on, like the Jaguars have brought on, to basically act as an operations manager. Look at things when they're going wrong, and instead of continuing to do them, changing them. This is just, I mean, it's so sad that the last 2 games I've been to, one was the Cardinals 2021 versus the Texans. Yes, we won. It felt completely wrong. It almost seemed like from there that's when stuff changed. The last game I went to, and the only other one since then, was against the Tennessee Titans. And you guys know what happened. I don't even have to speak about that. So they got to figure this out. That stadium is rocking when the Valley is around a good team, man. It's undeniable. Yeah. This is a huge market. It's there for the taking. Michael Bidwell needs to do something. I'm getting frustrated. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, listen.
Thank you, John.
To me, that would be the cleanest solution entirely, and that is bring in somebody that you trust, that knows the organization. I would call Bruce Arians and ask him, hey, you want to be team president for us? You want to come back here and help us get this right? I would reach out to Kurt Warner. I would reach out to any number of people, experienced, knowledgeable football people, and say, help me.
I know you've been advocating for that for a long time.
For years.
The Cardinals are one of the few teams that don't have a team president or somebody in that operational role.
Yep.
Let's keep it going. Another call from Mason. Nate is up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Nate.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hi,
Doing well, thanks.
Good. Yeah, I was
your price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and the idea of retirement should be an exciting time for all of us, a time when you think about seeing the world, drinks that come with umbrellas, maybe hundreds of rounds of golf. Unfortunately for a lot of people, we're consumed with anxiety, worried that you're not going to have enough to do what you want to do in your golden years. So if you are not 100% confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, highly recommend you set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth, get a second opinion, get a game plan that is going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. Now, when I met with Trajan Wealth, super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just real straight talk. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today, 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles. Lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker had the Valley feeling a certain type of way last night after his go-ahead step-back 3 with 0.7 seconds left to give the Suns a 108-105 lead over the Thunder, which would lead to a win, their 6th win in their last 7 games, and the Suns moved to 21-14 on the season, and they're right back at it tonight from H-Town against old friend Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals season officially came to an end over the weekend. Their Week 18 37-20 loss to the Rams moved them to 3-14 for the year and left fans asking, where do they go from here? For potential answers, head to ArizonaSports.com today. And Kenny Dillingham and ASU got their new quarterback, Cutter Boley, a transfer from Kentucky, committed to ASU on Saturday night. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Diamondbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Marotta. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Happy New Year. All hell's broken loose here at the studios of Arizona Sports and KTAR News. We're trying to get it rectified, trying to hook up with A.Q. Shipley.
You know what they say, Vinny? In every chaos, there is opportunity.
Yes.
All right, so Josh Weinfuss, who covers the Arizona Cardinals for ESPN, tweeted out about 25 minutes ago. It's a little after 8 a.m. and Jonathan Gannon's car is parked at the Cardinals facility. I'm told he has not met with owner Michael Bidwill as of yet today. So there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. And before we blew up there, somebody mentioned the Houston game in 2021. Cardinals won that game 31-5 to move to 7-0. Since that time, they're 23-56.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Cardinals wrap up their season 3-14, and we are joined now, hopefully, cross your fingers, A.Q. Shipley joining us via video, I suppose. A.Q., are you there?
A.Q.
Or A.Q.'s on the phone.
All right, that's
okay.
good.
Good morning, A.Q.
What's up, boys?
Hello, A.Q.
It's weird not to see your face after a Cardinals loss on a Sunday, but here we are. 3-14. Bick talked about it earlier in the show, A.Q., about maybe a surprising level of effort and spunk defensively for a good portion of the game. And if you're trying to draw positives out of the way the season ended, did that stand out to you, at least in the first half of the game yesterday?
Yeah, I thought they did a much better job. It was a clear, conscious effort that they were going to stop the run, and I think they did a better job at that. I mean, they still gave up, I think, 150 yards rushing by the end of the game, but early in the game, it was a much better effort. They did a much better job stopping that stretch play that they hammered us with in the first game, and I thought I really liked what I saw. I liked the effort. I liked the bounce back. I loved exhausting all efforts because, listen, if you've been working on trick plays, you work on them all year to use them one time, basically. So whenever they brought that out, I was like, okay, great. Obviously, you can't take that play into the offseason. Let's throw the whole kitchen sink at them. They did that. That basically gave them a little bit of juice to turn things around. They end up taking the lead, and then just like time and time again this year, they squander the lead and things go south.
AQ, I'm curious, couple things. Number one, it was another great game from Michael Wilson. Would have been even bigger if not for a penalty that eclipsed a 56-yard gain. I'm not sure we ever find or discover this version of Michael Wilson had Kyler Murray not gotten hurt. Your thoughts on that? And also, if you don't mind, Josh Weinfuss, who covers the team for ESPN, he said a couple of times that there is a path forward where the Cardinals might not move off of Kyler Murray. Do you see that as possible?
If there is that path, I mean, that's a wild scenario because by all accounts, it basically, I mean, they didn't fully come out and say that they moved on from him and benched him, but I mean, by all accounts, it kind of moved that way, right?
Yeah.
I think obviously there's an injury which allowed them to kind of take this path, but that would be a wild scenario, first off, to answer that part of it. Second part of it is Michael Wilson's been fantastic. In my opinion, I think I've said it time and time again this year. He's become the number one. Like, I don't think there's if I'm this organization, I feel like you got to do everything you can to keep him here, pay him, and turn him into a superstar because he has shown those qualities. He has shown the ability to be that number one. Yes, I'm well aware there's Trey McBride here, and he will continue to still get his touches. I'm well aware Marvin Harrison's here, but there has to be a world where they all three can coexist.
A.Q. Shipley, our weekly guest every Monday here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. And let's think about it, too. Yesterday's numbers for Wilson would have been even bigger if not for a couple of really bad penalties. That first offensive pass interference penalty was one of the worst calls I've seen all year. But moving past that, A.Q., one of the things that we were talking about, too, earlier, and we played a soundbite from Jacoby Brissett, who has been obviously a team leader in a really trying season for this team, and I think had a good amount of responsibility in keeping that locker room together. But we talked about the lack of frustration through this season with just this. We got to keep optimistic and keep pushing forward and keep coming to work. And again, we talked to you about this probably 2 months ago. Is that commendable or frustrating that was the attitude throughout all of these struggles for this team?
Yeah, again, I mean, I think the biggest thing is listen, as professionals, that's the answer you have to say. I think as there's all these cookie cutter answers that you kind of have to say so you can kind of, stay the path of what the team wants, what the shield of the NFL wants, and but the reality is exactly what we've talked about. It's the fact that the message became numb. The message became the exact same over and over again, and whenever you do the same thing over and over again and get the same results without anything improving really over the last month, it becomes very numb to the fan base. It becomes very numb to obviously the talking sports media and ultimately it has become very frustrating in the Valley to a lot of people, right? I think when you hear that message over and over again and we're just going to stay this course and nothing is getting better, it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean we're just going to continue to stay this course, right? And I think that's been frustrating for all of us to hear. That's been frustrating for everything. But having said that, that's what leaders have to do. They have to say, okay, they have to be convicted in their message, and I love that. And they have to be convicted in getting their team to buy in. And clearly the players have bought into that message because they've continued to regurgitate it throughout the year. So from that standpoint, that's a plus. But having said that, you also – it's a results-based business, and you have to execute better, period.
Well, yeah, when you look past the injuries, when you look at the state of this roster, and you're a smart guy. In fact, nobody in football are smarter than offensive linemen, and among offensive linemen, nobody's smarter than centers, AQ. And with that logic, look at this roster for me. Where do they need help?
Yeah, for me, I mean, I think obviously they spent a lot of money to improve the defense, and they gave up 40 points a game. I understand the injuries are there, but there's still a lot of starters on that defense. And there's plenty of teams that have lost more talent on that side of the ball. For instance, another team in this division called the 49ers, you lose Bosa and Fred Warner. I mean, arguably you could sit there and say, hey, listen, that team's going to go down in flames. Well, no, they're one of the best teams in football. And they just held Seattle, one of the best offenses in football, to 13 points? And so when you look at that, it's like, okay, well, we can't really use that excuse, especially when you look across the defensive line, and it's all starters. There's a lot of first-round picks, a lot of guys paid. You look at the back end, there's a lot of guys that are paid. And, you got a high draft pick playing corner. So from that standpoint, I think there needs to be some guys to come in. I think there needs to be another guy to help Josh Sweat in the pass rush one-on-one. I think you can manufacture pressure, which they were able to do a little bit yesterday with some of that 7-up stuff, get some twist games going, do things like that. But where Jonathan Gannon really succeeded when he was in Philadelphia was when he had 4 guys up front that could rush the passer and get home, period. Like, if you have those guys, this defense can be phenomenal. The scheme is phenomenal, all of that stuff. So I think you start there. And I think if you look at all the teams, again, I'm biased, but I mean, I think the teams that usually are in it at the end and the teams that usually win it are in the offensive line. I think you need to build that thing up. It's got to start in the trenches, and then you build out from there.
Yeah, staying with the offensive line, obviously it's a much different looking line at the end of the year. And I think, obviously, we know Paris Johnson Jr. is going to be that left tackle. I think Yelda Froholt was a constant and another real team leader in the middle of that line, AQ. But when you look at some of the other guys that got plugged in, Isaiah Adams at the beginning of the year and then at the end, I think he was a different player by the end of the year. John Gaines. How many keepers do you think maybe accidentally were identified by the Cardinals at the end of the year on that offensive line?
Yeah, the interesting thing, right, you mentioned it, is the fact that, okay, yeah, they were better at the end of the year, but better may not be good enough, right? I think sometimes that's the quandary that you run into in this league. Is it's like, okay, well, we put a young guy in there and he got better. Well, okay, cool. Well, maybe he'll be better again next year. Maybe, or check this out. Maybe that's his ceiling, right? So
yeah,
you have to understand where that is, and you got to be able to do that. And that's the whole job of being a front office guy, because in this league, potential gets you fired. You don't have time. We don't have time. Time is not there anymore. There's no longer the days of sitting Aaron Rodgers for 3 or 4 years behind Brett Favre and then throw him in. Well, in today's game, he's a bust. He ain't playing by year 4. He's a bust as a first-round pick, right? And so I think whenever you look at this offensive line, sorry for the long-winded answer here,
that's
but
all right.
It's sometimes it's not good enough. Even in the beginning of the year, they were getting 35, 40 yards rushing, period. And so, you got Paris Johnson. He's obviously going to be your stalwart. That's your top 10 pick. Okay, you start there. Then from there, you got to look at this, and you got to be very critical and look yourselves in the mirror moving forward, because even with James Conner, even with a healthy offensive line early in the season, they were getting stymied. They were getting beat up at the line of scrimmage. They were getting no rushing yards, and this was a team that was one of the better rushing teams in the league over the last 2 years. And so I think first and foremost, you got to start there. You got to start and look at that and say, okay, well, what went wrong? And let's take a look. Do we have the right guys? Is the scheme right? And all of those different things. So to answer your question fully, yeah, I think there's a lot of guys there that need to, whether it's bring in competition or bring in new guys, period. I think that is a very specific area that needs to improve.
What was the final count on Sour Patch Kids yesterday, AQ?
I got through a whole box. It was fantastic. The last couple of weeks, the press box food has kind of gotten me through this. Last week was the lemon cookie, and this week, there was some Uncrustables up there. There was the Sour Patch Kid. There was some good stuff up there.
I got to tell you this. Regardless of the product on the field, the press box dining at the Arizona Cardinals, first class all the way. They get a lot of credit for that, AQ.
Always is.
But
always is.
They could add Uncrustables, because I'm a big fan too. AQ,
no doubt.
Thank you for a great year, brother.
Yeah, it's been a great year every Monday. Even though we're talking about some difficult subject matter, you've been a real beacon this year. We appreciate it.
Boys, it's been one of the highlights of my year. Obviously doing this with Dave and the boys on Sunday has been fantastic, but Monday mornings have been great as well.
Yep.
Thank you, AQ.
We'll talk soon. AQ Shipley.
Appreciate you.
The center of the Cardinals, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers all year long. AQ brought it every week. He was the most consistent offensive lineman the Cardinals had all year.
Uncrustables and Sour Patch Kids. Who is the caterer? My nephew Bennett?
AQ made reference to that, too. He said he was eating like a 1-year-old and he loved it.
That's funny. That is funny.
Coming up next, we'll get the latest around ASU men's basketball coming off a tough loss to Colorado. Head coach Bobby Hurley will join us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills, all in one fell swoop by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker, former Utah great Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know this because they replaced my windows, and my new windows look fantastic. The whole process from installation to cleanup was unbelievably cool. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Is your roof ready for Arizona's extreme weather? Trust the experts at Multi-Pro Roof Solutions, the Valley's top roofing team with over 40 years of experience. From quick repairs to full replacements, they bring championship-level service and premium materials to every job. They're also excited to announce they're a proud partner of Sun Devil football, supporting the Sun Devils on the field and your home off of it. Call Multi-Pro Roof Solutions today for a free inspection or visit multiproroof.com, your roof's strongest line of defense.
This is the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break is presented by Arizona Ford Dealers.
Yeah, Sun Devils coming off a tough loss Saturday to Colorado. They're getting ready for a trip to Provo to take on nationally ranked BYU. Here to talk some Sun Devil hoops with us, the head coach of Arizona State, Bobby Hurley, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Bobby, Happy New Year and good morning to you.
Happy New Year, guys. Good to be with you.
Yeah, mentioned it. Tough one. Fall behind by 14 in the first half against Colorado on Saturday. Climb all the way back at the lead. Had to be a lot that you liked, but what stands out about the frustration part of things? Was it digging the 14-point hole in the first half that bothered you the most?
I think it's just the same issues that haunted us this year in games that we've needed to win. Is just our lack of intensity on defense, particularly in the first half of the game. They shot 18 of 34 in the first half, so they missed 16 shots in the first half. Of those 16 shots that they missed, they got 8 offensive rebounds. Wow. So, those are not numbers that are going to help you win against good teams, particularly in the league that we're in. And we gave up 48 points at halftime. The only thing we did well on defense is we played without fouling in the first half. And then in the second half, we put them on the free throw line 25 times. So they made 25 free throws in the second half alone and shot 85% for the game from the line. So hats off to Colorado. They've been a good offensive team all year, but at home to start league play with the layoff that we had, we needed to play better, especially on the defensive end.
And this, as a basketball conference, the Big 12 is insanely difficult. 3 of your next 4 games are going to come against teams ranked in the top 10. How do you hit reset and kind of flush these last couple of losses that I know did not live up to your standard?
Yeah, of course not. And, it's there's no shame in losing on the road at UCLA, and we're going to be having comparable opponents like that the rest of the way through. So I think just really having tunnel vision and focusing on it game by game. If we looked at it and said, we have to play at BYU, Kansas State at home, and then we get at Arizona, at Houston, it doesn't look that great, if you look at it from that perspective. We just have to try and focus on each game as its own individual entity and not worry about, the next 2 weeks. We gotta fight through it, try and survive it, and get to the point in the schedule that there are, some more reasonably winnable games on our schedule.
Bobby Hurley, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Individually, Masamba Diop obviously he's flashed. He's been a real bright spot for you in his freshman year, and again on Saturday, very efficient, 7 of 9, 20 points. He's become a consistent double-digit scorer for you with that efficiency. How much growth have you seen so far from November to now with Masamba's game?
Yeah, when we recruited him and saw the film, we thought we were getting a lob guy, a guy that's very mobile, but he showed us so much more, and he's rapidly developing. He's he's making 16, 17-footer on the baseline in the second half. He's hitting his free throws. He's showing good touch, good feel for the game. So his growth has been a real plus for our team. I really can't remember a game that I've coached at Arizona State where we've had three guys score 20 points or more in a game. And then we had Alan McCabe, who would have been the fourth if he didn't foul out at 16 points, and still come out on the short end. So we really, as good as he's been and the positives of some other things that happened in that game, we can't lose a game where we score 89 points. And that's with shooting 6 of 28 from three. Like, we still haven't figured out what's going on with our shooting the last three games. Like, we have not made the three the way we have all season.
And Mo Odom, I know he's been previously earlier in the year, has been really good for you in clutch time kind of situations and minutes, had a couple of key turnovers for you in the second half of that game. But overall, he had a real nice game. Is he kind of back to being the player he was earlier in the year for you, Bobby?
Yeah, statistically, it was a lights-out game for him. 21 points, 12 assists. He felt terrible after the game. Just that the possessions down the stretch. He turned it twice, but we never would have been in a position to win, especially the way we played on defense if it wasn't for his play, at the offensive end of the floor. So. I think he's getting more confident, and that's great after two games where he struggled a little bit offensively.
Mentioned the road trip coming up at BYU. They're 13-1. Obviously a really good program, really tough place to play traditionally. What have you seen from BYU, and more specifically, they've got a potential number one overall draft pick in the NBA and A.J. Dubance. What jumps off the screen when you watch him on film, Bobby?
Yeah, he moves like a big, wing NBA all-star type of guy. Just floats over the floor, gets to his spots, his pivoting, shot fakes, very graceful player offensively. And I think early in the year they were searching a little bit just with the kid Saunders had been such a big part of what they did offensively last year, and Desponza and him trying to figure out roles and things, and especially with the new point guard Wright from Baylor, and he's a big part of what they do as well. But they're more than just him. He's been spectacular the last couple of weeks, but Saunders has been one of the best players in the Big 12 last year. They got the kid Cada up front that gives them real physicality, a presence on the front court. So they're a team that I would have imagined people would have thought would continue to get better as the year has gone on, and that's what they've done.
I know the last time we talked, one of the issues that's kind of come and gone for this basketball team is the rebounding issue. Your thoughts on where that fits into problems that has to get fixed for your basketball program?
Yeah, our roster composition is what it is, and we got out-rebounded again in our last game, but, we didn't have our leading rebounder, Santiago Truitt. He was out with a lower leg injury. We're hopeful that he will progress the next couple of days and be available for Wednesday. Mm-hmm. But we'll, continue to wait and see. We don't, foresee it as a long-term thing. So his presence on the floor helps in that regard, but it's got to be a collective thing. We don't have like a guy on the roster that's going to go get us 12 to 15 rebounds in a game. It's just we played too many games, and that has not really happened at all. So we have to do it by committee and convince, our guards and everybody to chip in a very similar way that we did in the best game we played this year, which is Oklahoma. And we have not approached that game since. So we got to try and get back to playing at that level.
Bobby, as always, appreciate the time. Best of luck against BYU and K-State, and we'll talk to you next week.
Good luck, Bobby.
Sounds great. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Bobby Hurley, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joining us weekly here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Every day on Bickley and Murata Mornings, we get a dose of social studies. Sammy's going to take us through it next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to the Sun Devil Fast Break with ASU men's head basketball coach Bobby Hurley. The Sun Devil Fast Break was presented by Arizona Ford Dealers. More Bickley and Murata next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Sun Devil fans, college basketball is back. So grab your friends in a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Whether you're at the bar with fellow Sun Devils or watching with your friend who went to that other school, Dos Equis is there for it all. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and get those forks up on game day. Dos Equis, proud partner of the Arizona State Sun Devils. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you invest in a swimming pool, don't settle for ordinary. Choose PebbleTech, the world's most trusted pool finish. Our Pebble Sheen finish leads the industry for its beauty, durability, and timeless appeal. Each PebbleTech surface is crafted with premium materials and applied by authorized applicators for a lasting, high-quality finish. So when it's time to build or remodel your dream pool, go with the best. Go with PebbleTech. Visit pebbletech.com to find an authorized installer near you.
Get a debit card with real class. Desert Financial is now the official retail banking partner of ASU. When ASU fans open a free checking account, they can show their Sun Devil spirit and their Arizona pride with one of 3 new ASU debit card designs. Stop by one of our new branches at ASU Tempe and downtown Phoenix campuses, or visit desertfinancial.com/sundevils.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in downtown Phoenix. It was Jordan Goodwin, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns who took down the NBA's best in the Oklahoma City Thunder Sunday night, 108-105, thanks to many things, but mainly Devin Booker.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Book capped off a night where Jordan Goodwin hit a career-high 8 threes and Dylan Brooks had a monster fourth quarter. The Suns now head to Houston for the Rockets tonight at 6. You can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday marked the end of the NFL regular season and the end of the Arizona Cardinals season. The Cardinals, after their 37-20 loss to the Rams, finished 3-14 and will end up with the 3rd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft and have questions throughout the organization. For more, head to ArizonaSports.com. Elsewhere around the NFL, Falcons head coach Raheem Morris and Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski have been fired on this Black Monday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act now at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
And we continue here on this Monday. Before we get to social studies, a couple things. Zach Taylor not getting fired by Cincinnati. He's getting brought back. And ASU's picked up a big-time wide receiver transfer in Omarion Miller from Colorado, one of the top wide receivers in the transfer portal, committing to play for Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. I wonder if Deion Sanders is going to keep talking nice about Kenny Dillingham if Kenny keeps taking his star players.
You're right.
Boy, do you remember when college football offseason was all about what recruit you guys signed?
Yep.
What incoming freshmen you guys had? Now it's all about this free agency.
All about free agency. We'll get more into that a little bit later on. Time to turn it over to Sammy for some social studies.
The Phoenix Suns have still yet to fly to Houston.
Yeah, mechanical issues. Apparently, they're not taking off for about another hour.
My goodness.
For a game tonight.
Yep, that starts at 6. Shoot around probably in a couple hours. But yes, it's 9 o'clock. Time for social studies. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, where we'll post these questions every day. At Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube. Jared and I were just talking about it. Every Monday, it seems like we have the biggest viewers, or the largest amount of viewers. 418 right now.
Wow.
And I think a lot of it is to hear our thoughts on the Cardinals season, the Suns win, wild weekend in sports. But thanks for watching on Arizona Sports on YouTube. So let's get to the first question, and let's talk about the Cardinals. What can this team do this offseason to give you optimism going forward, and why? Is there anything?
Trade for Lamar Jackson. Trade for Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Hire Kevin Stefanski. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
I'll just
things
file
like
it
that.
all under the umbrella of substantial change. I mean, nothing to me about this season says, you know what? We're moving in the right direction. Let's keep this going. I think there needs to be sweeping changes with this organization.
Yes, there's a variety of answers, so I'm going to get to most of them.
Let's do it.
William Melton just says, plain and simple, nothing. My optimism is where it'll be when we start winning. I've been a Cardinals fan for 55 plus years.
Wow.
I've seen this movie before. Fair. Rich White says, new coaching staff because they've had their chance and it's not happening. Morrison, Stefanski fired because it wasn't good enough, and they were much better than Gannon is in down the stretch. So he wants a new coaching staff. Bo Knows says, bet and trade the farm for Joe Burrow. M. Chris says, draft Diego Pavia.
No.
Listen, Diego Pavia is a great competitor, and I like all the smoke he brings to a football field, but he's another small quarterback. We don't want that.
He's like 5'8".
Yes, he is. And lastly, Boat Rocker says, leverage the 3rd pick this year for multiple picks for 26 and 27. Use the 1st round pick to draft the best O-line player available, and do not reach for a quarterback in the 1st round this year. So a lot of people, a lot of different opinions. Again, we have to wait and find out.
You know what they say opinions are like, Sammy?
What are they like? No, I don't know.
There's a saying. You should probably Google it.
Yeah.
I'll ask it on
Armpits,
the
right?
Google it.
generation gap this week. I'll ask you to fill in the blank.
Yeah,
on that.
I'm gonna look it up after, so I might know it. Okay, so comparatively now, Suns and Cardinals fans, which is the bigger surprise and why? Is it the disappointing Cardinals year, or is it the really good Suns season thus far? Biggest surprise.
Yeah, it's the Suns. To me, nothing can touch what the Suns are doing, especially given what all the prognostications were. This is an all-timer that we're watching.
You might have been able to convince me that the Cardinals would have been bad this year.
Mm-hmm.
It still would have been a hard sell for me. I thought they were going to be mediocre.
Not this
maybe
bad,
a little bit
though.
better. Not this bad.
I know that's the thing.
So yeah, the Suns season so far is the answer.
Is more surprising to you guys than the Cardinals losing the most games in franchise history.
Even though I was more optimistic than most going into the season.
Yeah.
But I still, I mean, my bar for wins was last year's win total, 36. And a lot of people laughed at me when I said that I thought that was reachable. This continues, they're going to blow right by that into the playoffs.
Into 40-plus wins. The tough part with this question is that the Suns season isn't even half over yet, and that I think they're going to be able to sustain this type of basketball, but there's a lot of season left. The Cardinals lost 14 games, and not in a world did I expect that. Daryl Lee says, since 1920, the Cardinals franchise has 10 seasons with 10 wins or more. Only 5 since moving to Arizona. I'm sorry, but at this point, being disappointed by the Cardinals is like eating only Twinkies for a month and wondering why you didn't lose weight.
Well done, Daryl.
There is that. And then William said, Suns, because everyone kept saying they didn't expect very much from them, which is very fair. The expectations given both sides. The Cardinals, a lot of people said maybe playoff, fringe playoff, to win 3 games. And then on the flip side, the Suns, many people thought they'd be a lottery team, which they are not. They're 21 wins thus far.
Yeah.
Okay, lastly.
Several times a year, I will quote a song by Gin Blossoms. If you don't expect too much from me, you might not be let down. Certainly applies to Arizona sports.
There we go. Okay, our last question, and this was on the Dan Bickley prediction on Friday. At the end of our show, we do our weekend checklist, and I think it's probably the most correct weekend, outrageous weekend checklist.
It was the boldest.
Here are my predictions. The Suns are going to stun Oklahoma City on Sunday on a Devin Booker buzzer beater.
Wow.
Okay? Talk about wishful thinking.
Look at that. He nailed it.
You heard me say wow.
You nailed it more than Book did.
Book nailed it pretty good. Okay,
Yeah, he did
but
nail it
this
pretty
brought
good.
the question of, what is the best quote prediction you have ever made in life, and what was the worst?
I got a lot of bad ones. Like Johnny Manziel is going to wreck the NFL and the Cardinals should draft him. I've got plenty of bad ones. I think my most, prior to the Devin Booker game-winning shot, as a columnist at the Arizona Republic, we all had to make our Super Bowl picks, and they put our pictures with them. In 2002, I picked the lowly Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win the Super Bowl, and they did.
Wow.
I did, and I still got the newspaper to prove it.
See, we live in a prediction world, so it's hard. It's easy to kind of like forget the ones that we get wrong all the time, but the ones that you get right, they stick with you. Vinny, do you have one?
I have to say this. I didn't tell you guys this. My son bought my younger son for Christmas a book. He had bought me a similar book about ASU football, but he bought him a book about Phoenix Suns history as told through newspapers. Your columns are all over this thing.
That's fantastic.
I have to bring the book in so you can see it.
Fantastic.
Should autograph it.
I can only focus on the wrong ones. Those are the only ones. I was convinced Ryan Leaf was going to be a better quarterback than Peyton Manning.
Wow.
And that could not have gone more south.
Still time.
There are some good ones, and I want to read Mudslingers at the end because it's one of the craziest things that I've read. But Daryl Lee says, this is all recency bias. Who keeps track of these things? But the best, he said the KD trade was going to be a complete failure. I would say so. The worst is a tie between predicting Ishbia turning the Suns into a dumpster fire for at least a decade and Isaiah Simmons being the best pick in that draft.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
So this is from Mudslinger, and it's a little lengthy, but stay with me here. He said, the worst prediction I made was when I moved to Montana. I promised myself I would never hit an animal since I'm a tentative driver. Attentive driver.
Yes.
That came to an end this morning while listening to the Rush Hour reboot with Sammy. I tagged my first deer going 60 miles an hour in my truck.
Oh, no.
And then he goes on to follow it. And I have yet to get out and inspect the damage because I don't want to see what happened. But now I've got to go on YouTube, rewind so I can hear the rest of the reboot and the rest of the show. Devout listener. And then he finishes up with, yes, I'm a devoted listener from about 1,200 miles away. And for anyone asking, I did eventually pull over to look at the deer, but there's nothing I could do.
Oh.
That's one.
Wow.
I've been doing social studies for almost a year now, and that's one of the more crazy responses.
Shortly after that, the entire broadcast hit a deer. Exploded.
No doubt. And by the way, we're all good to go.
Yes, we did.
We're all good to
See,
go.
what
now.
Mudslinger doesn't realize is that deer made a prediction early this morning
Yes.
that I will get hit by a truck today.
Yeah, no
Ending
doubt.
it all.
Wow. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I think it sounds.
Well, I'm sure his truck's probably
He's
jacked.
texting from like the emergency room.
If he's tweeting us from Montana, I'd like to think he's okay. But Mudslinger, if you're out there, give us an update. We'll see if we can bring it back. But social studies every morning. There you guys go.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. Social studies, like Sammy said. Coming up next, more on the Suns' big win against Oklahoma City. And will they get to Houston in time for their game tonight against the Rockets? Big questions. Next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Brissett takes the shotgun snap. Straight drop back. Looking, pump fake, steps up, gets hit and sacked. Back at the 19-yard line. The Rams will take over on downs. The Cardinals have just one timeout. And the Rams can probably take a knee 3 times and end the game and end the season.
More reaction to another division loss and to this 3-14 season on the way. Plus, we look around the league on the NFL's Black Monday. Stay with us on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024. Hey.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit. Defaulted private student loans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and when that happens, it feels like this giant weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Why Refi works specifically with people who are already in default on private student loans. They help you refinance into a low, fixed rate payment that fits your budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one that you can actually afford. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left. And then Y Refi stepped in and gave them a path forward. It's honestly a relief just knowing someone's willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. To learn more, go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to MovingTeam6.com for more information. That's MovingTeam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma.
Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Major statement win for the Suns last night, taking down the defending champ OKC Thunder. We're reacting to a basketball team that is full of surprises, starting at 2 o'clock here on today's Burns and Gambo Show on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or right here on 98.7 FM.
Yeah, I'd like to send a good morning on this Monday morning and a shout out and a thank you to our audience in New River. We appreciate you up in New River today.
It's just a belief. I mean, again, it starts at the top. Like, Book passing you to basketball, like they believe it. They feel that when your best player does that, it just empowers and gives confidence to the group. And like I said a couple of games ago, we're finding things that we didn't expect, and our group is getting better individually for then the hope to get healthy. But we know how this goes. Like, you want to get healthy, you don't know how it's going to end up. So we're finding guys step up and it's one thing to step up in some other games, but to step up in this environment against that team, we want to, again, be in those spots. We want to be in those spots. That was definitely a spot against a really good team. And then to come out with a win and grow, that's helpful.
Jordan Ott. He came to town as an Ott, and he turned into Jordan.
Jordan. There we go.
It doesn't
Joe
work.
keeps getting recycled.
Hell of a line.
Doesn't work the same.
No.
Suns beat the Thunder last night 108-105 in what was a thriller in downtown Phoenix. They fall behind by 18 points in the first half. The second half was just a thing of beauty. Great basketball. Playoff intensity in early January. Mm-hmm. It's been a while since there's been playoff intensity in that building on a regular basis, but you heard Jordan Ott. These guys continue to step up, continue to respond to coaching. Jordan Ott, not very rigid. Last night, a couple guys didn't have it. Colin Gillespie didn't have his normal game, even though he was a +9 for the game, kind of struggled. Jamari Bouye did not have his normal game, did not have his normal impact. Royce O'Neal did not have a great game offensively, but did some other things. Mark Williams was not great offensively, but he rode the guys that were working. Jordan Goodwin. What a performance by him off the bench.
What a fight. And make the point you made earlier about the Lakers and their stupidity in terms of letting Jordan Goodwin go.
In appeasing LeBron, the never-ending appeasing of LeBron James, they opted to keep Bronny James over Jordan Goodwin. Bronny James, who got a sham of a guaranteed contract last year. I'm not hating on the kid. He is privileged, and we all know this.
Yes.
And he got a guaranteed contract as a second-round pick. Mm-hmm. He has scored 29 points all season long on a guaranteed contract for the Lakers. Mm-hmm. Jordan Goodwin had 26 last night and 8 threes. And, oh, by the way, shooting like that while wearing a mask for a jaw sprain. Jordan Goodwin said this about the mask.
I think I might leave the mask on for the rest of my career, man. Just how I play. That's how I play. I'm always getting hit in the face. I think I hit with the mask like 3 times I had it on. So I think I'm just gonna leave it on.
Hey, why not? If it's not hindering your shooting.
If it doesn't bother you, why not, right?
No.
It's somebody who tried that once just to see what it was like. I couldn't do that in a million years.
Well,
Richard Jefferson, right?
Let's face it, too.
Not Richard Jefferson. Richard Hamilton.
Richard Hamilton.
Richard Hamilton kept his on, but those were the clear plastic ones that kind of made you look like a serial killer.
That's a good point.
These new, Jordan Goodwin wears a black mask.
Yeah.
He looks like a superhero.
He really does.
But it does not look comfortable.
He looks like
by any means.
No. The problem was, as Vinny pointed out, the older models, they would get like wonky when you sweat underneath it.
Yeah, and they'd get all slippery and they'd fog up. Yeah.
Well, real quick, think about what Vinny just said. Royce O'Neal 1 for 9. Gillespie not his normal self. I guess he was +9. Mark Williams offensively not great. We're talking about the Suns beating the Oklahoma City Thunder with those things not going their way, and Jalen Green and Grayson Allen on the sideline. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. And it did take a monster fourth from Dylan Brooks, a huge Jordan Goodwin performance, and a Devin Booker step back 3, with he's shooting less than 30% from 3 in the last 10 games. But still, it's unreal.
Well, the thing that stands out to me, and it's similar to the last time these two teams played, I was gushing about how Oklahoma City plays the game. Mm-hmm. And even in defeat, watching them play defense, especially in the first half last night, is special. And SGA, he was off last night. Credit to the Suns' defense. They did a good job in containing him, and I think frustrating him with different looks. They've got other players. Jalen Williams is a killer.
Nasty.
He is so good. Chet Holmgren just continue to hit big shots.
Yeah.
Beating that team is no small feat.
Not at all.
Because they treat every game like it's a playoff game. Mm-hmm. And that's what I love about this win for the Suns.
Yeah. When the Suns were trailing 49-31 in that game, Oklahoma City had a 96.4% chance of winning that game. To give you some context of how good Oklahoma City is. And I think all of us at that point in time in the second quarter, because it had been a pretty good fight, and then Oklahoma City starting to make plays. Chet Holmgren made that crazy play at the basket and was fouled. And you mentioned Jalen Williams, just so cool. And you just thought, okay, they're going to pull away. That's what they're going to do. And let's hope this doesn't look that bad at the end of it all. And for the Suns to say, no, not going to happen, that's very, very admirable. And like you mentioned Jordan Goodwin, Ryan Dunn had a couple of huge
Ryan
threes.
Dunn was incredible last night.
Yes, he was.
Shooting with confidence, hitting some big threes. For a while, too, because the Suns couldn't hit a 3 to save their lives until the bench came in. They had 4 3-pointers, I think, in the first half, all by bench players. And Ryan Dunn and Jordan Goodwin kept them afloat until some others could hit a 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think, too, we briefly talked about the coaching staff and Jordan Knott, but the Suns have played, that was the third game between the Thunder and the Suns last night, correct? The first game was very, again, kind of chippy back and forth. The Suns kind of held close, lost, and then they get blown out by them in the NBA Cup. For Jordan Knott to come back, make adjustments, and really down the stretch, like the Suns were the better offensive and defensive team. Like from a schematic standpoint.
They were.
They didn't settle. They got great shots offensively, and defensively it really looked like they had a plan for Shea.
And they had to do all that without their coach's challenge, which Jordan Knott had burned midway through the period unsuccessfully.
And I'll be honest, too. I thought it was a bad challenge.
So did I.
And I think there was some confusion. The way the call was signaled by the official, I think, caused some confusion. I thought there was a play earlier, a Devin Booker verticality foul that they should have challenged and didn't. But they did it without a coach's challenge. You're exactly right. Devin Booker, too, hitting a 3. Maybe it's symbolic. He has not shot the 3-ball well this year. As I pointed out earlier in the show, 25% from distance over his last 10 games, but he hits the game-winning 3. The only 3 he hit. Here he was on maybe this sparking him from deep range.
It's tough. It's a mental game. I've went through stretches like this before, probably not to this extent. So it's frustrating, especially when you put the reps in practice and you make all of them and you go out there and you still miss. So it's all mental in this game. So, hopefully this can be the turning point and, get that out of my head and, make the shots that I shoot.
That is the cruelty of basketball because we've watched Devin Booker now for 11 years in a Suns uniform. We know he's an elite shooter. And when it's not going, it just eats at you. And it does creep in mentally. And on the flip side of it, how does Oklahoma City feel? They lost on a three-point shot by a guy who had been hitting 25% of his three-pointers over the last 10 games.
No,
it's the cruelty of basketball.
No, you're right about that. And you could see the way they were playing defensively. Lugan's Dort. What a Dort! You could tell he was going to swarm Devin Booker, but not behind the three-point line. So you could tell Oklahoma City kind of like, okay, you want to shoot that, you can have it. And he made him pay. And I think the other really cool thing about this, and we talked about this late last week, there have been a series of games where Dylan Brooks has either been interviewed post-game or Colin Gillespie, and there's always this little house party that kind of forms behind the guy being interviewed. And Devin Booker's always just kind of walking off the court doing his own thing. And we all know Devin Booker's kind of a lone wolf. It's just kind of how he rolls. It's just good for him to have a moment like this to kind of just reset the order of things, if you will.
Be at the center of everything.
That's it, yeah.
Speaking of the Suns, they've got a game in a matter of hours. They play in Houston tonight. They're not in Houston right now. They are still here. Some mechanical issues last night. So there wasn't even a trip to the airport. The Suns, leaders decided, hey, we're going to cancel this flight, go home, get some sleep. We'll fly out in the morning. But they don't take off until 10 a.m. So I wonder if they're having shoot around here in Phoenix before they must be, right?
Or they're just bailing on shoot around.
Maybe in back-to-back games.
Maybe.
Other things to look out for tonight, the handling of Mark Williams on the second game of a back-to-back. He did do it once, didn't start, and got ejected, so it wasn't the truest test of how he comes out of that. And will Grayson Allen be back tonight?
Well,
there's a chance. There was a real optimistic feeling that he would play tonight.
And if you spring this upset tonight of the Rockets, you now have more victories on the season than the Houston Rockets.
And you will have continued to open the eyes of people around the league.
Oh, my goodness.
Those two teams back-to-back. Suns and Rockets tonight here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, we'll hand out some hardware on this Monday as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Caruso gets the ball, waits, looks, still looking, throws it in, left corner three from Mitchell at the horn is no good, and the Suns win, 108-105. They beat the Thunder for the first time in nearly 3 years, ending an 8-game losing streak in the series and improving to 21-14.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor, cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire, or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's most important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
The Lowe's Closeout event is here with the final savings of the season. Grab amazing deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and more before they're gone. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free standard shipping. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker had the Valley feeling some type of way last night after his go-ahead step-back 3 with 0.7 seconds left to give the Suns a 108-105 lead over the Thunder, which would lead to a win, their 6th win in their last 7 games, and the Suns moved to 21-24 on the year, and they're right back at it tonight from H-Town against old friend Kevin Durant and the Rockets at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals season officially came to an end over the weekend. Their Week 18 37-20 loss to the Rams moved them to 3-14 for the year and left fans asking, where do they go from here? For potential answers, head to ArizonaSports.com today. Elsewhere around the NFL, NFL head coaches Pete Carroll, Raheem Morris, and Kevin Stefanski have all been fired on this Black Monday. And ASU and Kenny Dillingham got their quarterback, Cutter Boley, a transfer from Kentucky, committed to ASU on Saturday night, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is we know it's early, but what position should the Cardinals target at number 3 in the 2026 NFL Draft? Is it quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver, or other? Where do you guys stand right now?
I mean, it's so hard. They need help everywhere. I'm talking to A.Q. Shipley. He talked about the defense again after a year of massive expenses on that side. Didn't really pay off. But the offensive line, I think, is probably the biggest need. And drafting at 3, they're going to get the best offensive lineman in the draft should they choose to go that route. That's where I'll go for now.
Okay. Cast that vote.
Yeah, that's where I would be going as well. Quarterback, 51% of the vote. Offensive lineman, 39%. Other 9 and wide receiver, 1%. We got some time.
We don't know what Dante Moore is going to do because he's still in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Mendoza's going to come out. I would be shocked if the Raiders pass on him.
Yep.
There might not be a quarterback available.
That's what I mean. It's what I mean. The Jets are in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly. All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
We're going to the hardware store, all right? We hand out hardware, our version of the award show on Mondays. Go around the horn, see what took or caught our interest over the weekend, and we give awards for it.
Yeah, we do.
Go ahead, Vic.
First award is the Much Bigger Than the Toy Department award I'm giving to the world of sports because sports represented 96 of the top 100 telecasts in 2025, tying an all-time record.
Wow.
92 football games, 84 of them NFL, 8 college basketball games, 2 World Series games, the men's college basketball title game, and the Kentucky Derby. 96 of the top 100 most watched television programs in 2025 sporting events.
What were the other 4?
I was going to ask.
By the way, more news on the coaching carousel. Pete Carroll
Gone.
out in Vegas.
Oh!
No longer the head coach of the Raiders.
Wow.
That's... I actually do want to know. I'm not going to ask you now because we're pressed for time, but I do want to know what the other 4 were.
Yeah, me too.
My first award is
I can tell you.
You got them right there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It was the I had it right in front of me. I'll come back to it.
Okay. My first award is the Jerry Seinfeld No Pick Award. And I'm giving it to the New York Jets, who just completed a full football season, 17 games long, and did not intercept one pass from an opposing quarterback all year.
Wow.
That seems impossible.
Sure does.
That a ball would not be deflected and caught by a lineman. Nothing. Opposing quarterbacks this year against the Jets, 36 touchdowns, no interceptions.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
That is, especially for a Aaron Glenn coach team, ridiculous.
My first award is the only bowl I cared about award. And this goes to my good friend Troy, a.k.a. the Dangler, a.k.a. the Troylet, because he finished in last place in one of the fantasy leagues I was in. And this was a fantasy football league that had a punishment. The punishment this year was the last place person had to go to a bowling alley and could not leave the bowling alley until they bowled a 300.
Oh my.
Now, you are able to take 10 points off the total score for every alcoholic drink you drink, for every pizza slice you have, or for every hot dog you eat. I will say that Troy is not a particularly great bowler. In the first 2 games, he bowled a 91 and a 93.
Oh, man. No
But
way.
by the 3rd game and 3 hours in, he was able, through 11 beers, 2 shots, and 5 slices of pizza, was able to get it down to 120, and he bowled a 121.
Wow.
To complete the punishment.
That's unbelievable.
And it was a good time had by all.
That is hilarious.
You're in your 40s and you have a friend you call Troylet.
Well,
a.k.a. the Dangler.
My brother's league had the exact same punishment, Jared.
It's a fun one.
It's a fun one. All right, my first award.
Oh, my God.
That is crazy.
That's unbelievable. My first award is the Marketing is Too Good award, and I'm giving it to Nike basketball. I'm sure you guys have seen the promotional video for the Book 2s. He introduces him as, quote, the professional. Great video, great marketing. That's not it. After yesterday's game winner from Book, Nike basketball posted a business card with the hardwood in the background, and it just says, quote, sorry for your loss, courtesy of the professional.
I saw that.
I like that.
Yeah, saw that.
Unreal from them.
All right, my last award is the Humanitarian Award. I'm giving it to Cardinals linebacker Cody Simon. Matthew Stafford was running with the football yesterday, and he slid late, and it was barely a slide at all. And you could see him wince because he thought he was going to get blown up. Cody Simon did a very humane thing and just kind of stopped him and held him up. After the play was over, Matthew Stafford kind of looked at him and gave him a thumbs up like, thank you, man. Now, there are coaches who would not like what Cody Simon did. In fact, Bruce Arians famously did not like when Larry Fitzgerald went easy on Richard Sherman
yeah,
in that
on a
Seahawks
block.
game.
Yep.
But Cody Simon did the same thing, showed Matthew Stafford a lot of grace in that game yesterday.
Well, he didn't want to break those porcelain teeth he has. So. My last award is the Why Can't I Sign In Award. And I'm giving it to the ESPN app. I was out and about, not near a television, and I wanted to watch the end of the Colorado-Arizona State basketball game.
All right.
Hey, it's on ESPN 2. I'm in. I pay for this stuff. Can't sign in. Can't watch it. I can watch some things on the app. I can't watch other things on the app. So I tweeted about it. There were some people that were pretty helpful with solutions. I tried. Those solutions didn't work. There's other people that just say, it's on TV. Why don't you just watch it? Seriously?
I'm not home.
Right.
And other people chimed in and said, you know what? I've had the same problem for months, and it never gets rectified. No. This is the new and improved app? Seriously?
The app is brutal.
That app is crap.
There we go. We've run out of time for the rest of our hardware. We will have our final edition. It's 2026, but we put the wraps on 2025. Our final edition of Big Red Crosstalk with Wolf and Luke is up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta. Fiesta.
Text the word Fiesta to 620-620 right now.
Fiesta.
Text Fiesta to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday, Crosstalk.
For the 17th time on this radio program, we were joined on a Monday by Wolf and Luke for a little Big Red Crosstalk. For the 14th time, we'll be talking about an Arizona Cardinals loss. But Wolf, you came in.
Look at you, Mr. Positive.
And you said the word that I think everybody's feeling today. Mercifully,
yes,
this season has come to an end.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I have been involved in a lot of losing over my 10 years in the National Football League back when I played, and I can tell you it is a brutal, brutal thing to be out of it by Thanksgiving. It's brutal to be out of it by October for the most part, too. If you go back and look at it, I've been in those situations. And you really do have to make it personal. And it's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching the games in December when they mean nothing for the Arizona Cardinals for the most part, because your name is your number and your number is your name. In other words, you look at the guys that are balling out, and what are they balling out for? Because it's what they do and who they are. Wasn't good enough. Their talent, obviously. Another game where you could look at this and say, yeah, they were competitive. They just couldn't finish the deal.
Yeah.
They were competitive in the game.
They were.
Just couldn't finish it.
Right.
And more times than not in the fourth quarter, talent takes over. And it did in this game, too.
I was under the impression we were going to talk about the Suns. Was I not supposed to come in here yet? Like, let's go. This is one of the few seasons that honestly, probably the only season. I know the Cardinals have had bad seasons, but this is the only one I can remember where the last two games, obviously we're all watching them because it's football and we're watching them because it's work, but the last two games, I struggled to find specific things to look for, to watch for, and you're talking to a guy who was the Coyotes post-game host for years and years, where it's like, hey, the Coyotes are only 28 games out of a playoff spot, and I could always find something to look for, and you could with the Cardinals too, except the guys you were looking for development were all hurt by the end of the season. So, yeah, mercifully is right that this season is over.
All right, so now it's about direction. We're getting the list of coaches that have been fired. Stefanski let go. Raheem Morris let go. Pete Carroll just let go. Not a surprise in Vegas. 3-14. There's only been 3 coaches in the history of the NFL, Wolf, that have survived 2 13-loss seasons.
Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon could be the 4th. It looks like he's going to be the 4th. I again, nothing personal against Jonathan Gannon. I just don't see how you can justify what this team put out there on any level with a straight face this year.
Yeah. You know, for me, it's a little bit different, Vinny. I have a different perspective than I think you do for the most part. And the reason being is because I know what it's like to go through this quarterback situation. Should we call it that? What are we calling it? A controversy? It really wasn't a controversy for the most part. To me, they took their franchise quarterback and had to move off their franchise quarterback. That is a big deal in a locker room. I'm just telling you that right now. I will promise you, there are players inside the locker room that said, you know, we're better off with Kyler. I'm a Kyler guy. I believe in Kyler Murray. Sure. And we should go with Kyler Murray. Look at the injury to Kyler Murray, that got sideways. And to me, once again, I think it was a strategic move, ultimately, by the Arizona Cardinals to say we're moving off of Kyler Murray and we're putting him on IR. And they knew what that was going to do. So So now all of a sudden you've got this split locker room, and it has been split. And I think the first, 7 games, how competitive they were in all of them. Even the 2 wins that they had, how competitive they were.
That was true.
And yet they had lost games. How many games in a row by 1 possession or less? They were close. But the injuries, I think, ultimately took over. But never think that it's the injuries that we're going to talk about, because it is the quarterback situation that I think split the locker room. And I don't know that for a fact, but I have my suspicions.
Even after how good Jacoby was at the outset when he replaced Kyler?
Yeah, I honestly think that, Danny. I really do. I mean, Jacoby Brissett he's got his own skill set, and I have great regard and respect for him, because he is a guy that you could just see. He is a guy that checks every box that you want to have for your backup quarterback, every box for the most part. He's a great mentor. He's a great leader. He's a guy that can go out and produce, and I think we saw him produce. The problem was they just couldn't win games, and I'm not saying it was because of Jacoby Brissett that they were losing. Yet at the same time, he's been a backup for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think they have a lot of issues. I don't think any one thing is going to fix everything. I think it's dangerous if they really believe they're just going to run it back the same way. I mean, if you're going to bring back all your coaches and everything, fine, then you need to make a significant change somewhere else. And if you're going to do that, it sounds like it's going to be a quarterback anyway. But I've heard this narrative from, whatever the percentage of Cardinals fans is of, just run it back with Jacoby and kind of tank next year because the 2027 draft class is better. And you don't have that. Like, if you bring back Jonathan Gannon this year, he's got next year. And if they don't make the playoffs, he's out. And honestly, probably at that point, Monty's out too. So they have to find their quarterback this offseason. You're going to have to really sell it to the fan base if you're bringing back the same thing, because you're essentially at that point saying, what did they finish, 9 games out of 3rd in the division?
Yes.
You're saying that was just injuries.
Deficit ever, by the way.
Yeah.
So the one thing I would say to that, Luke, I would say this right here. If you're going to say, hey, JG, you've got to go ahead and fire this guy and this guy and this guy, you might as well just fire JG as well.
Yeah, I don't think that solves anything.
Yeah.
I think you need to get your quarterback. But it can't, and I like Jacoby Brissett. Like, I want him around the team. If he has to play 4 games next year, I have no problem with that. But I don't like the idea of, it's just going to be Jacoby, and then, we're going to hold off on drafting a quarterback because the 2026 draft class was supposed to be amazing for quarterbacks. 4 months ago, it was supposed to be amazing. So find your guy in the second round if you don't want to burn a first-round pick. You're picking, 35th? There's a lot of guys that were supposed to be first-rounders 3 months ago that you could get at 35.
Okay, so how does this team recover its lost edge, the physicality that you noticed was missing very early on, even before things got wonky?
Danny, that was really it to me. That was the offensive line and what was going on with the offensive line. If I am Monty Ossenfort right now, my job in the offseason is to do whatever I can to fix that offensive line, because it is Boy, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, just watching the college ranks and the NFL as well. The way that the line of scrimmage and who wins the line of scrimmage has come back in a huge way.
Oh, yeah.
It is so apparent right now. Listen, you couldn't say that 5 years ago. You really could not.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray rode the wave in of the spread offense and the new offense, and it was going to take over. Man, it's not like that anymore. Oh, my goodness. It hasn't just come back to the center. It's gone back to where the teams that are winning games win the line of scrimmage. Rebuild the offensive line. That is job one. You have to do it. I don't care if it's the draft. I don't care if it's free agency. Whatever you're doing, the offensive line has got to be rebuilt.
Heck, give me some open tryouts if you could fix it that way. But you're right. 3 of the 4 games of the college football playoff quarterfinals were
as physical as they get.
Oregon, you mentioned Indiana.
Texas,
Indiana pushed it around Alabama.
Yeah. Miami,
Awesome.
what they did to Ohio
Miami,
State.
what they did to Ohio State. You're right. These are all offensive line-driven victories.
Is it really, is it so unrealistic to say go offensive line in the first round and the third round and bring in a vet?
I go
and there you
quarterback in every round.
So you're bound to get it right.
No, I'm kidding.
You're bound to get one right.
I'm joking.
To answer your question, Luke, I don't have a problem with that.
I honestly would go offensive line, quarterback, offensive line.
Because I think
with
you
my first
need
3 picks.
at least 60% of your offensive line revamped.
Yeah.
At least.
And then I think Paris Johnson Jr. and Yelda Froholt are better if you draft the right guys, too, that are around
I
them.
agree with that, too. Guys, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
It's been a grind. We got through it.
Oh,
The first
Thank you,
ever
Vin, for that
87-week
positivity.
season.
You know I'm brimming with positivity, Wolf. Wolf and Luke are up next from 10 to 2 here on Arizona Sports. Thanks to AQ Shipley. Thanks to Bobby Hurley, and thanks to you for hanging out with us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. What a night in downtown Phoenix. It was Jordan Goodwin, Dillon Brooks, Devin Booker, and the Phoenix Suns who took down the NBA's best in the Oklahoma City Thunder Sunday night, 108-105. Thanks to many things, but mainly this.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Book capped off a night where Jordan Goodwin hit a career-high 8 threes and Dillon Brooks had a monster fourth quarter. The Suns now head to Houston for the Rockets tonight at 6. You can hear that right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Yesterday marked the end of the NFL regular season and the end of the Arizona Cardinals season. The Cardinals, after their 37-20 loss to the Rams, finished 3-14 and will end up with the 3rd overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, and certainly have questions throughout the organization. For more, head to arizonasports.com. And elsewhere around the NFL, head coaches Pete Carroll, Raheem Morris, and Kevin Stefanski have all been fired on this Black Monday, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Wow, this is how we're starting on a Monday. Wolf and Luke, Jamal, what do you got?
All right, fellas. Good to hear the starts of the week. Sources say Adam Schefter, the Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
No. Wow. Really? Oh, man.
Just came down 1 minute ago.
Wow. I honestly thought he was safe, but once again, you know my proclivity for understanding these kinds of situations.
Check
Typically
one.
Not good.
Well, we were going to start with the Suns. We will get to the Suns in a second, but obviously we're going to start here now. All right, well, reacting in real time, because when we were just talking to Bickley and Murata during crosstalk, this was not the case. I will say this, I don't think it's a total shock, because if you go back to their last 2 really miserable seasons, 2018, that season ends, and they get rid of the head coach, Steve Wilkes. They get rid of the quarterback they just took in the first round, Josh Rosen. They bring in Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray. The 2022 season, which was a miserable one, they fired everybody. I mean, they kept Kyler, but they fired everybody. And they go 3-14. It's the most losses in Cardinals history. You and I have been talking about this for 8 weeks. How you finish the season matters, not so much for a playoff spot, but for the future of your coaching staff. You can't just go out and lose 8 in a row or whatever. They end up losing 14 of 15. That's why I would say I'm not surprised. I'm not saying I was expecting it, but we talked about this a lot last week and the week before, Wolf. The last 2 times the Cardinals have had a truly bad season, they have made pretty big changes afterwards.
Boy, this is really going to be interesting when we start getting the details as to what happened here, Basin Orleans. I did not see this coming for JG. I will say this. I wonder if, in fact, the Arizona Cardinals wanted JG to make other changes on his coaching staff, so to speak.
Possible.
And maybe JG was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because I don't believe that was the issue. And if, in fact, he did that, details will be coming down. I'm sure of this as the day unfolds, Basin Onions, but I am surprised. There's no doubt about it. I am surprised that JG is not going to be coming back, especially when I consider the Kyler Murray situation. And this is what also is interesting that is out there right now. Josh Weinfuss continues to say that the Arizona Cardinals may run back Kyler Murray. And I'm thinking to myself, do they think all he needs is a different paradigm? You know, a different head coach, a guy that is more offensive-minded, a Kevin Stefanski.
There's a lot there because Man, there's a lot to go to there. I don't think you could have brought JG and this coaching staff and Kyler back. My only hesitation with that, and I don't think anybody in their right mind looks at this season and says, well, it's all Kyler's fault. I mean, we talked about this when he eventually got benched. He wasn't the reason they were losing. He just wasn't the solution, Kyler. But we're 7 years into this, and he's already had the shift around him. Hey, you know what? It's not working for Kyler around Cliff. Let's change up the entire coaching staff. And you did that for 3 more years. So is that really the thought? You're going to bring back Kyler with new coaches again? I guess that's more possible now.
Once again, I'm throwing stuff out there.
I gotta think. Well, you're right. I mean, Josh Weinfuss has been posting stuff, not saying that's going to happen, but indicating it's at least on the table. I gotta think. As frustrated as we all are internally, they looked at this season too, and they were like, massive changes. And after a season like this, if you're an owner of a team, you definitely look at head coach is gone, quarterback's gone. The head coach had 3 years. The quarterback has had 7 years. And also probably you want to change them both at the same time if you're going to do it. I almost look at this and say they already know they're changing quarterbacks, and maybe they want to make sure the new coach is here for that instead of it, kind of being off by a year or whatever. But either way, in case you're just joining us, Jonathan Gannon is out.
Wow, man, what does this mean? Again, it is, wow, this is really, really unexpected as far as I was concerned coming into this. JG obviously felt the same way. Maybe he was just saying this the whole time to cover. Maybe he was just saying, I think I'm fine. I'm going to be I'm going to be safe. Absolutely going to be okay. I don't know.
That's what Cliff was saying his last couple weeks too.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So I don't know. I just know that maybe there was a conversation, and maybe JG was not willing to do what the Arizona Cardinals wanted him to do in terms of that conversation. Maybe that ultimately is what separated them. Who knows?
You're right. I mean, situations like this, it could have been as simple as
it could have been over Kyler.
Yeah, it could have been over Kyler. It could have been over coordinators. It could have been, hey, we're on the fence. JG's going to go down with his guys if we get rid of them. I don't know. I mean, like you said, we'll get more details as this comes out. It just happened 5 minutes ago. The head coach openings now around the NFL are Giants, Titans, Falcons, Browns, Raiders, and Cardinals. And it is Black Monday, so we may see more openings as well. I haven't heard anything definitive on Monty Ossenfort being safe. I would assume he is. You tend to kind of give the GM a little more time. I think everybody was happy with what he was doing until everybody got hurt this year. I tend to give the GM a little bit more of I don't want to say excuse, but a little more leeway with hey, all the guys you drafted got hurt. And it's not like you drafted injury-prone guys, whereas with the coaching staff, the games were getting worse and worse and worse as the season went. But I didn't necessarily expect this today either. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I kind of did. Last week, JG sounded so convinced he was going to be back that a lot of people just sort of ran with that. But we talked about this on Friday. I thought it was probably about 50-50, honestly, by Friday.
So in this same post that Adam Schefter posted about Jonathan Gannon, he said Monty Ossenfort will spearhead the search for a new head coach.
Oh, okay, right. There it is. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. You're making changes. That's a huge change, of course. That being the head coach, and I wonder if there's going to be any carryover. Oh, man, there's so many questions that I have right now. I really don't know where to go on this, Space and Orleans. I don't. I'm sitting here thinking about Monty Ossenfort. And a lot of people out there thought maybe Monty Ossenfort could be fired as well.
I have a big question.
Now a general manager, of course, is going to typically get a couple of hires at least underneath him. Depending on how his drafts have gone, and also to free agency, and you could build a case, and I think Monty Ossenfort would also agree that you could build a case that maybe he needs to do better. I think Monty Ossenfort would be the first one to step up and say that, but it appears right now, based on these, this is what we know. Monty Ossenfort is going to be given the opportunity again to continue this rebuild that is going on. He's going to continue it with a new head coach.
I think with Monty in the front office, it's pretty clear that their futures are tied to identifying the right quarterback this offseason. Whatever that is. If you honestly feel internally Kyler's your guy, man, I can't even believe that. It has felt like he's been gone for 2 months. But if you really believe Kyler's your guy and Jonathan Gannon was the issue with Kyler, just like Cliff was the issue with Kyler and everybody else has been the issue with Kyler, if you believe that's the case, whatever, but you have to identify that quarterback, whether it's Kyler Murray or whether it is Malik Willis or Mac Jones or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think that's dangerous because there's reclamation projects that have worked the last couple of years doesn't mean that there's not guaranteed to be one this year. Or you got to find him in the draft. And I know there's this push of like, well, is this draft class that great? You know what? You don't get the luxury of kicking it down the line year after year. They have to find one in this draft. I think that's what the front office is tied to now.
You know, once again, as I am bombarded with questions and I don't have the answers to them right now, I'm thinking about, you know what, I love the hire of JG because he was going to be able to work with Kyler Murray and was going to be able to bring Kyler Murray along without being in his business every day as a defensive-minded head coach. To me, he was going to be the guy that was going to help Kyler Murray mature, help Kyler Murray become a better leader. He was going to be able to do it with more of a hands-off approach, not the technical every day coaching him. And I thought that was really smart that you went with a defensive-minded head coach, and I said it at the time. Having said that, right now, this could also signal the fact that they are indeed going to bring in maybe a young quarterback. They've got the third pick overall in the draft. There could be a kid they really, really like there. It's totally possible. Having said that, maybe that's one of the reasons why you want to get a more offensive-minded coach who's going to be able to truly mentor this kid and do it on the tactical level.
Lots of questions because yes, you pick third. The two teams in front of you need quarterbacks. Chances are Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore are gone by the time you pick. Unless you really like one of those guys, is it that hard to move up one spot? But also, you might, as a front office, really like another quarterback in this draft. A lot of these guys that are projected to go even second, maybe even third round, were guys that were projected to be first rounders 3 or 4 months ago. You may look at Drew Aller or somebody and say, yeah, Penn State had a mess of a season and he was hurt, but he's 6'5", and we still like him to be the quarterback. You need to be able to get a quarterback in this draft. And I tell you my biggest question, and we're not going to get an answer to this for a while, do they have a name in mind to replace Jonathan Gannon?
Yeah.
Because this is where I've drawn the line on this over the last few weeks. I understand people want JG out, and we're going to do a listeners-only meeting later on the show. I understand people wanted that. My thing is, do you have another name out there that you're going to replace him with? Because just firing Jonathan Gannon doesn't make you a better team. You have to bring in the right guy now. All right, today and tomorrow is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. And if you're looking for extra ways to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, more reaction to Jonathan Gannon's firing, and we'll take you through the final game of his Cardinals career with the Monday Audible. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns again with an opportunity to win this thing. 8 seconds left. It's Royce O'Neal throwing in the inbounds pass. Finds Booker just inside the timeline. He puts it on the deck against Caruso. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need
need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta. Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, quick shout out to New River. What's going on, New River?
What's up, New River?
Welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Black Monday around the NFL. In case you are just joining us, Jonathan Gannon is out as Cardinals head coach. So the Arizona Cardinals currently do not have a head coach. Sounds like Monty Ossenfort is good to go. According to Adam Schefter, Monty's going to be spearheading the search for the next coach. But JG is out. Let's run through the Monday Audible right now, and then we'll get back into reaction to how the season ended yesterday. But this now, as we play these highlights, this is Jonathan Gannon's final game as Cardinals head coach. Here's the Monday Audible.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! 397!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Snap to Brissett, 5-man rush, back to throw. Brissett in trouble, gets hit, the ball's fumbled. It's loose at the 20, and it's picked up by the Rams at the 24, Kobe Turner. Snap, ball down, the kick up, and it splits the uprights for 3 points. So the Rams get something off the turnover by the Cardinals. They lead it 3-0. 3rd and 3 for the Cardinals on the 32 of LA with 4 receivers in the game. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Snap to Brissett. Straight back to throw. Fires deep near side. Wilson, great catch at the 20 and pushed out of bounds at the 18. That's a first down, a gain of 14. 45-yard attempt for Chad Ryland to tie the game. Snap, ball down. Ryland's kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 3 minutes and 26 seconds to play in the opening quarter, nice response by the offense. Brissett in shotgun. Now Wilson motions behind Brissett, who's back to throw. And fires deep far side. Wide open McBride. Caught at the 40 of LA. Hurdles at the bounds at the 33-yard line. A 28-yard gain. Ryland is ready. Hawk to hold. Snap is good. The ball is down. The kick is up. And does it have the leg? It does. It's good. Chad Ryland nails a 56-yarder. 2nd and 10 on the 48 of Arizona. Stafford, 3-step drop, has to step up. Pump fake, now throw to the right side. And it's Nakua making the catch for a first down. Spinning away from Will Johnson inside the 35 and out of bounds at the 33. Gain of 15 and a first down for Puka Nakua. 4th down and goal on the 2, and the Rams going for it. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Snap to Stafford. Throws a fade right side in the end zone. One-handed catch by Nakua for a touchdown. Burke actually had good coverage, but there is nothing you can do about that. What a play. Now they will throw with Brissett going back to pass. Fires deep left side. Wilson beat his man, but it is underthrown, and Wilson still caught the ball, but then it's taken away, and it's intercepted. It is picked off by Kobe Durant. Shotgun snap. Stafford short set and throws to the far sideline where it is caught by Higbee at the 40 of Arizona. Scoots out of bounds. I'll mark him out at the 42 actually, but gain of about 24 and a first down. The clock stopped with 38 seconds to go, and the Rams are basically in field goal range. The field goal try is up and good from 40 yards from Mevis to make it 16-6 and end the first half. Xavier Smith back at his 20, Hawk the punt, and it's a fake. He's going to throw deep middle, and it is caught by DeMercado at the 50. Far sideline 45 and tackled at the 43. First down on the Ram 43. Snap to Brissett. Drops back to throw in trouble. Steps up now, hoists it deep left side. Wilson is wide open, and he's got it. Touchdown, Arizona. In the shotgun, has the football. 3-step drop, looks deep, fires left side on the back shoulder. It's caught by Michael Wilson inside the 10 before he scoots out of bounds at about the 8-yard line. Snap to Brissett, short set, looks left, throws left in the end zone. In the short corner, it is caught, and it's a touchdown. DeGuara gives the Cardinals the lead, 19-16. Stafford takes the snap, play fake, boot to the right, and dumps it off to Parkinson right side. Caught at the 10 to the 5, dives for the end zone. Touchdown, Rams. And back to throw goes Brissett. He'll boot to the right, and he'll hoist it deep. Right side going for Wilson, and Wilson goes up and makes the catch at the 23-yard line of LA. Well, Michael Wilson is over 1,000 now. Oh, flag in the backfield. Hold on. Flag in the backfield. I was about to say he'll be at 1,100 by the time this game's over.
Personal foul, blindside block, number 71. It's a terrible call. Offense, 15-yard penalty, half the distance to the goal. Repeat first down.
And that negates just another spectacular play by Michael Wilson. John Gaines.
I thought that was a terrible call. I saw it. The defensive tackle ends up getting pressure. John Gaines comes back, and he basically tries to box him out. Think boxing out in a basketball game, right, Dave? He literally just throws a shoulder and just rips through. There's really not much there at all. And they called it. That is crazy to me that they make that call.
Brissett takes the snap, drops back to the 5-yard line, gets hit and grabbed at the ankles and eventually sacked at the 12-yard line by Kobe Turner. Williams in the backfield. Stafford takes the shotgun snap, floats it deep right side. Wide open is Higbee. He catches it, and he's into the end zone for the LA touchdown. A breakdown defensively, and the Rams lead it 29-20 now with 10:39 to go. Motioning right to left is the tight end Davis Allen, and the Rams hand it off to Corum off the left side. He's got the 35, the 40, the 45 midfield. Brought down in Cardinal territory at the 49 for a 21-yard gain. Stafford takes, play fake, throws right side, wide open touchdown Parkinson. And it's 36-20 with 4:15 to go. Last play of the season. Stafford takes a snap, takes a knee, and the Cardinals lose 37-20. Their final record is 3-14 as the season comes to an end. It was a great start to the year. The Cardinals won their first 2 games, but since then, they have just one win, and that was at Dallas on a Monday night back in early November.
There you have it. And as Dave Pasch just said right there at the end, it was a really good start to the season for the Cardinals. The wins looked shaky, but they were 2-0, but one win since week 2. And if you're just joining us, that ultimately costs Jonathan Gannon his job. Cardinals go 3-14. It is their most losses in a season ever. He finishes 15-36 as the Cardinals head coach. Now, that's not the whole story. It's not all on him, obviously, but you can't fire the whole team. JG is out. I wonder how much, looking around the NFC West and seeing the 3 teams you're going to have to catch at least one of them to ever make the playoffs. Mike McDonald got hired more recently than JG. He might win Coach of the Year. Sean McVay might be the best coach in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan probably should win Coach of the Year this year. So, like I said earlier, and we're going to stick with this, and we're going to do a listeners-only meeting. We're going to carry the press conference live at noon right here on Arizona Sports with Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell talking about what's next for the Cardinals. But like I said earlier, I wonder if they have another name in mind already. I hope they do.
Oh, man, yeah, you do. You have to wonder. For me, I just immediately throw Kevin Stefanski, who just got fired by the Browns.
That name is out there.
But, boy, I think Kevin Stefanski is going to have multiple offers. I think he's going to get the opportunity to go to multiple places right now. Just in regard to game number 17 for the Arizona Cardinals, competitive, just couldn't finish. Mm-hmm. Competitive. Went out and played competitively for about 3 quarters. Just could not finish the deal right there. And, toughness is the great equalizer in the blood sport, Basinonians. It is. Toughness is the great equalizer. But talent wins games. Talent has a tendency to rise to the top in the fourth quarter. And that's why you see a lot of teams win games in the fourth quarter in today's NFL. And that's where the Arizona Cardinals really lacked.
Come back. We'll stick with this. By the way, the Suns won Game of the Year last night.
Unbelievable.
We will get to that at a certain point. Also, they're playing. I'm not even sure if it's left yet. They're going to be playing on 4 hours rest in Houston tonight. We're going to talk to K-Ray later in the show. Like I said, Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell at noon today to get there. And obviously, they have more insight than anybody right now on this decision this morning and what it means now for the direction of this team. The head coaching openings right now around the NFL: Giants, Titans, Falcons, Browns, Raiders, Cardinals. So when we come back, we'll stick with this. What does it mean now that the Cardinals do not have a head coach, and where are they in the pecking order of those teams? If they identify their guy, can they actually get him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Caruso gets the ball, waits, looks, still looking, throws it in, left corner 3 from Mitchell at the horn is no good, and the Suns win, 108-105. They beat the Thunder for the first time in nearly 3 years, ending an 8-game losing streak in the series and improving to 21-14.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. If you're having neck or back pain, you need to go see my good buddies over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have an award-winning doctor, and they have a panel of doctors, as a matter of fact, that provide a broad range of treatments just for you. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors, often trained doctors from around the world, Basinonians. Yeah, I kid you not. Doctors from around the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC, and they train them on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's the word spine to 620-620 for disc.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals this morning. According to Adam Schefter, head coach Jonathan Gannon has been fired, and GM Monty Ossenfort will spearhead the head coaching search. The Cardinals ended the season on a 9-game losing streak and finished 3-14 on the season. On to the Suns. A wise man once said, D-Book will cook ya, and that's exactly what Devin Booker did last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Booker hit a three with 0.7 of a second left last night to beat the Thunder 108-105. Jordan Goodwin also chipped in with a career-high 26 points. No rest for the weary, though. The Suns are back at it tonight in Houston facing Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets. Tip-off for that one is at 6 o'clock with pregame starting at 5 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State has reportedly found their new quarterback. Sources say former Kentucky quarterback Cutter Boley will be transferring to ASU, and that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning, and not just any Monday. The Monday after the conclusion of the NFL regular season. Wolf and I talking during the break. It's like, hey, the Suns beat Oklahoma City last night by 3. We will get to that, but obviously, I guess bigger news, certainly breaking news this morning. Jonathan Gannon out. That news broke about a half hour ago, actually right as our show was starting. So the Cardinals are currently one of 6 teams, and that number could go up, that do not have a head coach in the NFL. Giants, Titans, Falcons, Browns, Raiders, and Cardinals now. And so looking at that list, Wolf, and this is something I've been saying for a couple weeks, I am not of the belief that you just fire Jonathan Gannon and all your problems are solved. I'm not saying you can't do that, but I just don't think it automatically solves your problems. You need to have the next guy in mind. But my question right now, because there's 6 openings, there could easily be a couple more coming up. Where are they in position? Like, let's say they identify the guy and they identify the right guy. Where are they in that pecking order, though? Are they going to be a highly coveted coach's third choice? Because that's a problem if that's the case.
Yeah, that would be the problem right there, especially when you're thinking about a guy like John Harbaugh allegedly being on the hot seat.
Yeah.
I just don't see that. I do not see the Baltimore Ravens moving, but I didn't see the Philadelphia Eagles having a parting of the ways with Andy Reid either.
Yeah.
I didn't see that happening.
That would feel like a true mutual parting of the ways if Harbaugh left. Like,
Yes.
hey, you know what? Maybe my message is getting stale here or whatever. I'd rather go coach somewhere else. But I tell you, I look at that list and I'm like, if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm probably looking at the Giants first because you feel like you have your quarterback and your receiver and your running back and it's New York. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like New York, but I'm just saying, if he was available, I'd give everything you had if you're the Cardinals.
Maybe he loves Cam. Maybe he loves Cam, and he's thinking to himself, man, this kid, I'm telling you right now, he'd look real good running the ball. They already had Derrick Henry.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here. JG, I am shocked. Well, I shouldn't say shocked. I am surprised, mildly surprised, that Jonathan Gannon is no longer the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. I believe he's an excellent coach. I believe that once again, throughout his career, he may be given the opportunity. He's going to have to go back to being a coordinator, I would imagine, somewhere in the NFL, and I think that'll happen probably this year, depending on who's hired and who isn't. I think he'll be given that opportunity. We'll have to wait and see, but this is the way that it goes in the National Football League, Basinonians. It is a brutal, brutal business. And it's one of the reasons why you can never forget you are a mercenary indeed.
Well, how about Raheem Morris fired by Atlanta after 2 seasons, and they closed the season strong, and his players were coming out not even in support of him, like, hey, he might get fired, but being like, this is our guy, and they were winning games late in the year, and he still got fired yesterday too. So, look, you said it. It's the NFL. Even if it's not your fault, you can't just be stacking 13 and 14 lost seasons, even if it's not your fault. Now, what the future is for JG, I think really speaks to how the rest of the league sees him, because I know Cardinals fans were like, you got to fire him. It's all his fault. The rest of the league may look and say, this guy is an excellent defensive coordinator, and their injuries were absurd this year for the Cardinals. And the Cardinals injury, it was absurd. I mean, we've talked about this. The run that they hit, I don't remember a Cardinals team ever having that many injuries. I just think there is a distinction between, hey, we had a ton of injuries, and it kept us out of the playoffs in a tough division, and hey, we had a ton of injuries, and we lost every game for 3 months. There's a difference between those, and obviously there was to Michael Bidwell as well.
It's interesting. I think immediately of Nick Sirianni. I think immediately, is there a possibility that Nick Sirianni might be looking at JG?
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying to think right now. It's spacing. I'm spacing who the defensive coordinator is for the Philadelphia
Well, that's because they've
Eagles.
changed like 8 times in the last 2 years.
At the same time, it's very possible, isn't it?
Look, there's a lot of moving parts here still. I go back to how important it is to get this next head coaching hire right. And I say that, again, through the lens that I don't think all their problems right now were because of Jonathan Gannon, that they necessarily got it wrong last time. But it'd be nice. Like, I look at these teams that need a new head coach, and I look at the Raiders, okay? The Raiders constantly go out there and they hire guys that have been NFL head coaches before. And if I'm the Raiders, it might be time to find the next great thing, or try to find the next great thing. Try to find a guy who has not been an NFL head coach before and see if you can make him your guy. But for the Cardinals, Man, I'd kind of like an established guy, wouldn't you?
Oh,
They've tried the, hey, let's turn a coordinator into something, or even in Cliff's case, he had never even been a coordinator. Let's turn this guy into a head coach, and here you are, and you're looking for a new head coach. I mean, if you, I know Harbaugh isn't even available yet. If he somehow was, there's very little I wouldn't give up to bring him in as the head coach. But even another guy, like you mentioned, Stefanski or somebody like that who is established and you know what you're getting, I think that makes more sense for the Cardinals now than just, hey, let's go hire Chris Shula or something. You know what I mean? Nothing against Chris Shula. He might be the perfect thing for a team like the Raiders.
Yeah. You know, for me, it's interesting. I totally forgot Vic Fangio is the defensive coordinator for the Federal. Yeah, I think he's safe.
Yeah, I think he's doing. Philly's defense is pretty good this year.
Yeah, I think Vic Fangio is safe for the most part. So, but that doesn't mean that, boy, the Philadelphia Eagles might not be looking at a JG and thinking, man, he'd be a great addition to our coaching.
Like the Niners with Robert Saleh.
Absolutely.
Right? They looked at Saleh getting out in New York, and I'm sure those teams, I'm sure the Niners looked and they're like, well, you know what? The Jets didn't know what they had, and we'll take him. And we're not making him our head coach, but we'll take him. I'm sure there are teams. Philly would have been the first if they had a need, but I'm sure there are other teams that are like, you know what? Didn't really have all of his pieces to work with this year. Didn't really have any of his pieces to work with this year other than Trey McBride. We can make him a really good defensive coordinator for us or whatever. But yeah, the overarching thing, though, if you're a Cardinals fan, Jonathan Gannon is out. Like I said, we're going to hear from Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill at noon. We're going to carry that press conference live. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting in a little bit as well to kind of just gauge the pulse of the fan base. Is this what you wanted? Does this solve everything in your mind, or is this just step one? When we come back, we're going to talk to our own Tyler Drake, who, of course, is our Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports. He'll join us to make sense of all this next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
And the Cardinals just yanked the headlines right back, didn't they, Wolf?
Yeah.
Biggest Suns win probably in 2 years. But in case you're just joining us, the Cardinals have made a change at head coach. Jonathan Gannon is out. Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell are going to speak at noon. We'll carry that press conference for you live right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line is our own Cardinals reporter, Tyler Drake. He was going to join us today either way after a long season. But now the the scope of the questions might be shifted a little bit. Tyler, what's going on, man?
What is going on, guys? Yeah, a very busy and hectic morning down here at Cardinals training facility. Had the locker room clean out before all the news broke, and yeah, what a day. I felt like change was coming. I just didn't exactly know where, and now we've got kind of a starting point.
Well, I'll start there. The news that Jonathan Gannon is out. Just you're around this team day in and day out, all the way back to camp, and even before that with OTAs and everything. I know it's different for every guy. I know that the locker room in NFL is huge, but how do you think this news is being received in that locker room?
Yeah, I mean, from everything that we were told and what the conversations I've had with people, a lot of people still had a lot of buy-in there with head coach Jonathan Gannon. And obviously, I think when you look at the totality of it, the culture, I thought he brought in a culture. That there was a definite reset that needed to happen on that side of the ball or that side of the organization. I felt like that was done. But then when you look at it, the wins just aren't there. And at the end of the day, that's the business of the NFL right there. If you don't have the wins to show for whatever you have, whatever the buy-in is, I mean, look at what the Falcons did with Raheem Morris. I mean, he got a bunch of buy-in as well right after the game, and he got the boot too after going 8-9 in back-to-back seasons. So it just shows you kind of the viciousness of the NFL. And if you don't cut it, you're going to get the axe. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So, yeah, I liked what he brought to the table. But at the end of the day, the production just wasn't there to warrant another season.
So, man, there's so many questions, and you can go in so many different directions on this one, Tyler. But are you hearing any particulars surrounding the dismissal of JG and the particulars about how it all transpired and what the main route was?
No, I did see a couple reports, though, that did mention that they were hoping things were going to turn around here in the back half of the season. Obviously, you can lose close and maybe get away with it, but once the 40 burgers start popping up and the 30 points per game start coming every week, it seems like, I think that really probably was the nail in the coffin because, I mean, a month and a half ago, I felt like I talked to you guys and thought, yeah, I think he's safe. I think he's good. Even going into today, it was very much a coin flip, but I was leaning more on, I think he's probably going to get one more shot, at least see what's going to happen in the beginning of the year. But again, if you're going to go that route, why waste time? Just do it now. So I can get all sides of it. But yeah, from my understanding, I think just taking more of a step backwards on that second half of the season really did him in.
Talking to Tyler Drake, yeah, I mean, Tyler, there was reports over the last couple months even that Michael Bidwell did not want to move on from Jonathan Gannon, but they just kept losing, and they ended up losing 14 of their final 15 games. I know it's early in this. Do you have a sense that maybe they already have somebody else they're targeting? Is there going to be an emphasis on trying to get somebody who's a little more established this time around, or like what would your preference be now as they go forward and look for a head coach?
Yeah, I would look for somebody that's more established. I'd look for somebody that's been in the role before, that's won in the role before. I mean, one name that stands out, and it's just going to be out there because it's on the top of my brain right now, would be Brian Daboll, because he's been there before with the Bills, and that's just one name. But there's a lot of different ways you can go about it. I mean, Kevin Stefanski just got the axe from Cleveland. He's a two-time Coach of the Year. I mean, there's going to be options out there. I mean, it's Black Monday. We might see more firings before the day's over, but I'm really looking probably – I think you got to flip the thinking again. Honestly, you went defensive minded. You might have to go back to offensive minded at the head coach position moving forward. But it's all out there. I think that you've got to all the cliches around this time of year. You got to cast that wide net. You got to find a guy that's going to be the right fit. All that good stuff. But I'm really interested to see what Monty and Michael Bidwell have to say today at noon when they talk to us. I heard you were taking it live, so that's good there. But really curious to see kind of their reaction and why not do this sooner if this was the way it was trending, all that. But looking at candidates, it's going to be a very interesting process because, yeah, they've got to do something where I think it's a more established person coming in and really taking the reins.
No, you're right about that, Ty. I think so much of the time you look at a guy and you go opposite of what you had before. That's a situation we'll get into a little bit later here. But how do you think this is going to impact Kyler Murray and the future of Kyler Murray in the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, he's head coach is gone, but the GM is still there. So I'm imagining that they're still going to look to move off of him. I think it's just time for both sides to move on, try to find greener pastures. If this is going to be the reset you want, I think you've got to let Monty go handpick his guy and just try to turn this thing around. And that's nothing against Kyler, nothing against anything else, but it's just time. I think it's one playoff appearance. We've got 7 seasons of work, 7-ish seasons of work with the torn ACL thrown in there. But I really do still think that they would look to move on and just kind of reset completely there. So it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a lot of reporting, I feel like, between now and the 5th day of the new league year, because that's when all that money gets guaranteed. And I think by then we'll have an idea once we're closer to March.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, I just kind of want to go back to what you were saying about how this season spiraled. We all remember after the Tennessee game, the Cardinals if they just beat Tennessee, if they just hold on to that huge lead, if Amari DiMercato just holds on to the ball, they're 3-2. Now, I'm not saying they would have made the playoffs, but they lose that game. Jonathan Gannon says he told his team the clock is now ticking on everyone. And from that point on, they just win the one game over Dallas. How much of the final, let's say even final month, just against Houston, Atlanta, Cincinnati, and the Rams, how much did that play a role, do you think, in this decision? Or was it just, hey, we missed the playoffs by a ton. Again, we have to change something?
Yeah, I think it played a lot. And I think it's when you look at the totality of Jonathan Gannon's record. I mean, his head coaching record, 15-36, is just not – that's not going to warrant coming back as much as maybe the culture was there, as much as you think things were looking up. Injuries, yes, that was a problem, but clearly that can't just be the main excuse, and that we're seeing that the repercussions are following with his dismissal. I just think, when you look and just see the avalanche of points for a defensive-minded head coach that they were giving up, that's just the cause of concern. I mean, that was the massive one. When it's like, all right, another 40-point game. Okay, now it's against divisional foes. 3 of them are 40 points. Like, it's just the avalanche kept building and building and building to where you can't really have that, oh, hey, we were close, we're right there, we're 1 or 2 plays away. Like, no, you're not anymore. You're out of it by halftime. And I think that was really the final straw, is if you can't keep it competitive, you say you have all this buy-in, but on the field you can't tackle the right way and you're missing fundamental things, that's going to lead to what we're in right now.
It's very interesting, of course, because if in fact Monty Ossenfort was being let go as well, I think the entire coaching staff would also be let go. Having said that, with Monty Ossenfort staying as general manager and just the dismissal of JG as the head coach, do you think any coaches survive this?
Oh, I don't think so from a coordinator standpoint. Maybe some positional coaches, but overall, I don't think any of the coordinators are coming back. Maybe Jeff Rodgers is because he's been with multiple regimes since he got to town in 2018. But I think beyond that, there are JG's guys and Nick Ross and Drew Petzing, so I would assume they're following him and they'll be looking for somewhere else to coach. But, yeah, I don't see – I think you've really got to – if you're bringing in a head coach, you got to let him pick his coordinators, at least have him be a part of picking your coordinators. And again, I think you've got to look for some experience. I think that's going to be huge there in trying to pick up the pieces, trying to keep Trey McBride on the, ascension that he's on and trying to rebuild this offensive line. Like, they've got to get back to some more offensive thinking, and they just really have to attack that side of the football, I think. And it comes with, you have to have experience, in my opinion.
Talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, the Cardinals finished 9 games out of third in the division. I believe that is the most in the modern era of the NFL to finish 9 games out of third place. Now, obviously, you're in a division with Seattle and the Rams and the 49ers, so they're all 12 or more win teams. But in your mind now, what's the biggest step they have to take this offseason to start closing that gap?
Oh, honestly, like if you're looking at it, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of head coach they bring in. And if if you go rookie quarterback, that might be the way, because you've got to find somebody that can be cemented into that role for years to come. If you're really moving on from Kyler Murray, yes, Jacoby Brissett is a good option. He's a short-term option, though. He can be the bridge guy. He can be a mentor. But if you're really trying to turn the page and get going in a fast way, you might have to go all in on getting that rookie quarterback or that young guy you can build around and really get after it. Because, yeah, the NFC West is a light year ahead of where the Cardinals are right now, in my opinion. I mean, you just said it. Nine games below third place is – that is a crater to climb out of, and they have got to do everything in their way to have some sustainable guys around for years to come. And I think quarterback's the most important position. You've got to start there.
Tyler, we appreciate this, man. We'll talk to you again soon. Great job all year.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we will stick with this story, of course. Injuries, 1 win in the final 15 games, a quarterback controversy. How did we get to this point where the Cardinals are one of the teams looking for a new head coach the day after the regular season ends? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They use about 25% of the money Texas Tech does. They can't put all their money into Sam Levitt because it costs them other guys. That's why Kenny's really pushing for businesses to step up. They want to increase that NIL money. They want to get it to the point where they can pay whoever they have to pay top dollar and still keep everybody else. One guy cannot be bigger than the program. There's 105 guys on the football program. Not all of them are getting NIL money, but a few of them are, and that's why they cannot go ahead and just overpay for one guy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I am Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news this morning with the Arizona Cardinals. According to Adam Schefter, head coach Jonathan Gannon has been fired. Monty Ossenfort will spearhead the head coaching search as he remains the general manager for the team. The Arizona Cardinals ended the season on a 9-game losing streak and finished the season 3-14. A wise man once said, D-Book will cook you, and that's exactly what Devin Booker did last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Booker hit a 3 with 0.7 of a second left last night to beat the Thunder 108-105. Jordan Goodwin also chipped in with a career-high 26 points. No rest for the weary, though. The Suns are right back at it tonight in Houston, facing Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets. Tip-off for that one is at 6 o'clock with pregame starting at 5 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State has reportedly found their new quarterback. Sources say former Kentucky quarterback Cutter Boley will be transferring to ASU, and that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. In case you're just joining us, our show today started with breaking news, and Jonathan Gannon is out as head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. We are going to hear from Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell live at noon, so keep it right here to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We're going to carry that press conference live. And we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in, let's go 10 minutes, Wolf, to just kind of get a sense from the fan base. Is this what you wanted? Is this enough? Do you feel better? Is there a name you want to be the Cardinals' next head coach? And you can't say Sean McVay. Give us a realistic name that you would like to have be the Cardinals' next head coach. Or even if you don't have a name, do you want established, or do you want, you want them to take a flyer on a coordinator or whatever again? Let's go big picture here, Wolf. When this season started, I'm trying to go back to August, I thought if they missed the playoffs, Kyler's probably gone. And JG's still here, but he's on the hot seat going into next season. Now, that was back in August. I never in a million years expected the season to spiral to 3-14, especially when you start at 2-0.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you, how did we get to this point? Because I have a theory now.
Okay, you have a theory.
I have a specific theory.
You're going to tease me with that.
Well, I want to hear your theory.
I don't have a theory
first.
At all. As a matter of fact, how did we get here? The offensive line, based on Ian's, was a massive disappointment. True. I'm talking about the first 2 weeks of the season. I'm talking about against the Saints and the Carolina Panthers. To me, it was a massive disappointment, the offensive line. That was the harbinger of sorrows, metaphorically speaking, for the Arizona
Which
Cardinals.
You did say, even as the Cardinals were going 2-0, you were like, something's up with the offensive line.
Absolutely, I did. I was very concerned about that because when you have a culture that is built around being tougher than your opponent and being more physical, and you run the ball and you attack and you do it in a very north-south kind of, when you have a culture that is built around that, and then you don't execute that, man. And that's back when James Conner was playing as well.
He couldn't even get yards.
And that, to me, was the beginning of the end, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's impossible to argue with, really. I think any observer of this team this season that could separate emotion from it, you take any national analyst or any former player, whatever, anybody just watched all the games this season but isn't necessarily emotionally invested in like, oh, it should still be Kyler, or oh, it should be Brissett or whatever. If you just watch this team, that was what you were supposed to be good at. That was kind of supposed to be everything you've built goes off that, and that failed you. And that wasn't failing you last year or even the year before, really. So I think most would agree with you on that. Specific to Gannon getting fired, I have to think this played a fairly large role in it. This season, the Cardinals gave up 488 points, the most they've ever given up. And look, I understand you have an extra game now too, but it still would have been the most. I mean, you look back at other years like 2023, they gave up 455 points. That was still 17 games. The only season up there where it was only 16 games was 2003. They gave up 452. That's still 36 less points than this season. I don't think you fire a coach specifically over that, but this is what Jonathan Gannon's team is supposed to be really good at. The way they invested in the offseason was in defense. I liked that they invested in the defense. You were leaning into defense and saying, you know what? Maybe Kyler is the guy, maybe he isn't the guy, but our defense is going to be good. Now, injuries are real, but they gave up the most points in franchise history.
Yeah, they did. And, also, too, when I talk about the offensive line and that being the beginning of the end, it has to be said, even though I have a hard time believing this, it has to be said, the hiring of Clayton Adams as the offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
When he used to be the offensive line coach for the Arizona Cardinals, and then you bring in Justin Fry, and it just changed everying.
Yeah.
It did. Now again,
I don't understand why it changed so much, but it did.
I cannot, you know me.
Yeah.
You've got to look at the player, especially on this veteran offensive line that the Arizona Cardinals had. Paris Johnson Jr. was the youngest guy on the offensive line. As a starter. And, to me, other than Isaiah Adams.
At the beginning of the year,
At the beginning of the year. but he was your most rock-solid offensive lineman. I guess my point is this. You're going to bring in a new offensive line coach. No way in the world are you going to tell me how to go do something completely different than what I've been doing as a veteran. I know how to come off the ball. I know, yeah, you're going to coach me up. You're going to give me techniques, but I know how to get the job done.
These weren't rookies.
These were not rookies.
And they weren't even new to the Cardinals. They were here last year.
Yes, and that's why it's the only reason why I'll bring up a coach and say, was it coaching?
Especially, you look at what Dallas did offensively. 471 points was 7th in the NFL. I mean, there were weeks where it looked like they had one of the most electrifying offenses in the NFL. So, yeah, I mean, everything that changed this season for the Cardinals changed for the worse, didn't it? I mean, it really did. Everything that Jonathan Gannon did wrong bit him 100%. There's coaches that are in the NFL playoffs right now this season that made mistakes but didn't get burned by it. And that's just the season this was.
Here's the other thing, too. I've got to throw this out here quickly, Basonians, because once again, forgive me on this, too, because my mind is all over
What just
the
happened?
place.
It's all just happened in the last hour.
It truly is. Yet at the same time, do you think that Monty Ossenford has a pipeline to the locker room? Do you think he knows what that locker room?
Yeah, I would think he does.
There's no doubt about that. He does. And I have to bring this up, and I'm sorry to do it, but the speculation, it's part of the job. It's part of what we process and how we work our way through it. Yet at the same time, I wonder just how badly Jonathan Gannon whacking Amari DiMercato on the sideline, what that did in that locker room. And you know what's amazing about this? I will not tell you whom I was speaking to, but I have spoken to a number of players that have former contacts, shall we say, inside that locker room, who believe that's when everything really went upside down.
Because of that, or just because of the loss to Tennessee?
Because, well, both.
Okay.
But also because of that with JG.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of this season.
That's pure speculation that is out there right now.
But it's part of the story. It's part of the story of this season. We're going to pull up this cut, too, because this is when you weren't here, Wolf. We'll pull it up. We're going to do listeners-only meeting coming back, but maybe at 11:30 I can play this. You have it right here, Jamal? We can, we'll save it. We'll still save it for 11:30 anyway, because I asked Monty Ossenfort about this, not that, but about the coaching situation a week and a half ago when you were out. John Lund was in. He asked about the quarterback situation. I asked, okay, what do you, how much do you weigh injuries and whatever into this in this coaching decision? And I found it interesting, and we'll play the cut at 11:30, that Monty didn't just say, yeah, you know what, JG's our guy. He didn't. And I made a note of that at the time, where he could have just said, you know what, we're running back with the coaches. If they were going to do that, there's no harm in saying that. I'm not saying he knew a week and a half ago, but he probably had an idea, right? So you haven't heard that audio yet. We'll play that at 11:30 so you can hear it and kind of interpret it the way you would. But when we come back, let's talk to some Cardinals fans and get a sense of how they're feeling. 602-260-9870, listeners-only meeting. What do you think about the news today that Jonathan Gannon is out? Is that enough? Does that fix everything? What kind of coach do you want them to replace him with? Or is this just step one? Like, what has to happen now this offseason? 602-260-9870. Your calls when we come back. Listeners only meeting. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Suns again with an opportunity to win this thing. 8 seconds left. It's Royce O'Neal throwing in the inbounds pass. Finds Booker just inside the timeline. He puts it on the deck against Caruso. 5 seconds. Booker to his left. He's going to try a three. And by the three! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown. 108-105.
More on this sweet Suns win over the Thunder and a preview of tonight's road game at the Rockets coming to you on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and on Arizona Sports 98.7.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the talent is unreal. The best women's players on the planet are back, raising the stakes and bringing even bigger moments to the court. This isn't just more basketball. It's a whole new way to experience the game. Unrivaled is where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete gets the spotlight. With a high-speed, action-packed format, every possession matters and every matchup delivers nonstop highlights you can't look away from. Don't miss Satu Sabuli, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and more take the court and redefine the game. From established stars to the next generation of standouts, this league brings elite talent together in one place. And it shows on every play, every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat. It's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't just your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Season 2 sponsored by Samsung Galaxy tips off January 5th on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. Super easy to watch no matter where you are.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now!
Quick shout out to Buckeye. What's going on, Buckeye? All right, 602-260-9870. Let's take some calls on the news this morning, Wolf. That Jonathan Gannon is out as Cardinals head coach. 6 NFL teams have head coaching openings right now. Let's start in Glendale with Greg. Greg, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. What's up?
Hey, real quick, Wolf, you coached at Phoenix College a year after I played there. Would have loved to have played for you.
Oh, my goodness. I was the worst junior college coach in the history of JUCO football.
That can't be true. There's got to be somebody else.
But I would have coached you up big.
All right,
no, the worst coach was the coach before him. Trust me.
What's your point, brother?
To just love your style.
Okay, thank you, man. What you got for us?
Well, I think that the thing that we need to look at is I think it's a whole paradigm shift that this organization needs, from ownership down through. You know, you look at teams like Seattle, look at their draft classes they've had. They've always hit on their second, third, fourth round picks. And I'm sorry, the Cardinals just continue to miss on their draft picks. And it just leads to a depleted and obviously inferior depth on the team.
Yeah, you know what, brother? Honestly,
Greg, thanks for the call.
To me, Greg, it takes 2 to 3 years for a guy really to show you who he is in this league. And I know there are some rookies that come in and they make an impact immediately. So I understand that. Yet at the same time right now, I'm not willing to give up on Monty's last 2 draft classes.
Yeah, see, now I agree with what Greg's saying. That's how you have to build this. That's how a team like Seattle is just loaded year in and year out. And you're looking at these guys like, I don't even remember this guy being a prospect. He was a 5th-round pick, and he's amazing for Seattle. Where I disagree is I think the verdict is still out on Monty's draft classes, because you can't say, hey, the Cardinals didn't draft well in 2015, and that's on Monty. That's different. Like Monty has, like, Michael Wilson was a 3rd-round pick. That's a pretty good pick. Garrett Williams was a 3rd-round pick. That's a pretty good pick. He's just been hurt.
Totally agree.
Paris Johnson, I know, separate the Will Anderson component, but Paris Johnson is a good player. And it's the frustrating part of this year is so many guys that were picks last year, like Trey Benson and Tip Ryman and all these guys have just been hurt. So I think it's an incomplete. But I agree with you in philosophy. That's how you have to do this. Because you went out and you signed a great player in free agency in Josh Sweat, and he played great. And it didn't help you win games.
Yeah, again, Walter Nolan. Did that look like it was a good pick?
Yeah, Will Johnson. Will Johnson looks like a good pick.
Will Johnson looks like he's good.
These guys, and I know the face of it is Marv. That's what everybody's thinking.
I understand that. I really do. And, this is just me. I'm not giving up on Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not. But I am willing to say, going into next year, it's make or break.
But I do think Monty and the front office have to nail this specific draft class coming up, because you have the 3rd pick in the draft and you need a quarterback, whether you take him at 3 or 35 or whatever.
Agreed, but I disagree on the Monty is drafted poorly.
No, I came into this season feeling really good about how Monty's drafted, and now just because of injuries, I just think it's clouded. I don't think it's bad yet.
Yeah.
That's why he's still the GM. Let's talk to Victor in Holbrook. Victor, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I listened to the podcast last week where Wolf and those guys played a flashback of the interviews with Josh Gannon, if he was coming back. In my opinion, I'm glad he's gone. As a former athlete, I just say this because I coach high school kids. If you have no energy to coach, especially at the professional level, what are the players going to look forward to? That's one thing. And 2, it just seemed like the players didn't really want to play for him. I mean, for granted that Kyler got hurt and everything, but Jacoby Brissett proved himself to an extent that he can be a QB1. But for John Gannon to go, he just had to go. I didn't feel very great about the beginning of the season, like Wolf said. 2-0 to 2 crappy teams. It's just unbelievable.
Victor,
and then you give up.
I have to ask you this, though. You're saying you're a guy that played, right? You played the game.
Yes.
Okay, so Victor, I mean, honestly, how many times did you point the finger to your coach and say, you're the reason why I didn't do my job? Was that you?
No, that's not me.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, especially as a professional football player, go do your job. Go play ball.
Right.
A coach doesn't have to get me ready to go do my job, right?
Well, that's correct.
So
that's
what
correct.
is
okay? But the coach gets paid to do a certain thing as well as a head coach. I'm not saying the players have to just rely on him, because the players have to get themselves going too.
Yeah.
But just in my eyes, what I saw on the sideline during game day, his arms being crossed, hardly saying anything to the players, to me, that just didn't seem like it just seemed like a red flag to me as a fan since 1989.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, Victor.
Victor,
Really
thank you for the
appreciate
call.
your phone
Appreciate
call
it.
right
Yeah, that's one of those things where if they're winning, hey, JG's stoic on the sidelines, and he's not losing his cool. If they're losing, people want to see a reaction.
Yeah, you know what? Bill Belichick. You want to see somebody stoic? You want to see somebody who doesn't honestly.
I didn't think Bill Belichick could move for like 10 years.
By the way, do your job, bro.
Well, that is a Bill Belichickism. Let's talk to Tom in Phoenix. Tom, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Oh, hi, guys. Nice to talk with you. Well, first of all, I just wanted to mention one thing quickly, that I think that it might benefit the Cardinals in the future if they install some gadget plays like end arounds and double reverses and flea flickers, and that if the pass receivers make more double moves in the future, like cut to the middle, then head out to the sideline or vice versa, stop and go patterns, draw plays. I never see a draw play. And then, but with regard to what you were saying about the coach, I think I remember a few cases in baseball. I'm from New York originally, and I think two of the managers in New York are about the greatest example of the saying that, well, you have to have the material counts. And those two were Casey Stengel and Joe Torre. Casey Stengel had the greatest record ever with the Yankees and about the worst record ever with the Mets. And Joe Torre was the same way. He had a terrible record with the Mets. When he was hired for the Yankees job, the back page of the Daily News, I think, said Clueless Joe, and they had a question mark because they remembered how he had been with the Mets, and then he did a great job with the Yankees. So you always wonder about that sort of thing. But I guess they feel they have to have somebody as a sacrificial lamb. And Wolf, you were talking about Belichick. I think some people would classify Bill Belichick in that category, about somebody who was great with great material and maybe not so great with not so great material. He was a head coach before and after he was great.
Hey, that's a very, very good point that you make right
Thanks,
there.
Tom.
For me, Tom, it's just a situation. Bill Belichick was the best head coach that I played for. It was a situation where he never tried to motivate you. He never did. He couldn't motivate you. He did just by his presence, because he would demand that you did your job and did it well, period. Or if you didn't, you were gone. You knew it.
I want to take one more. That was Tom in Phoenix. Let's talk to another Tom in Phoenix right now, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Tom?
I want to be clear. I am the Tom from Phoenix. I've been calling into this radio station since the late 1990s.
What up, Tommy?
And I'm extremely excited that they got rid of Gannon. And let me just go back. When we first hired him, I was kind of like taken aback on how the Philadelphia fans were like so excited that they got rid of him. And I'm a fan. I didn't want to hate him. And his first two seasons were okay. I mean, what impressed me the most is how hard the guys would play, like how hard they would hit. They were starting to hit like Seattle does. They're starting to hit like the Niners. Now, I mean, with this last season, I knew from the get-go, even in their first two games that they won, something just wasn't right. They weren't like really moving the ball. They were barely beating some of the worst teams in the league. And ironically, we ended up being, the third worst team in the league. But you have a situation where, Gannon is just arrogant. And arrogant, what I mean is if it's 4th down and 8, you don't run the ball with the game on the line. If it's, 4th down and 2, you don't throw a 40-yard pass in double coverage. He blew a lot of games with his calls, and then he was arrogant enough to say he would do the play like 100 times over. Like he doubled down and said how great of a call it was. And then his interview with Burns and Gambo, he had the nerve to say he was absolutely going to be the coach. And I bet Bidwell either was listening or listened to a recording of that and said, wow, this guy really thinks he deserves to stay that much. So I'm excited because we nailed it with our coach, that won the Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, and I forgot his name briefly, but we just need to hire a great coach like Ken McDonald or whatever,
Tom, I appreciate it. I like the Tom rivalry there at the end.
Yeah.
Tom from Phoenix and then Tom from Phoenix.
Tom.
Look, I know we didn't get to everybody. I know this is obviously a big deal. We will do another listeners only either later on the show today or tomorrow. Obviously things are shifting around because of the Imani, Austin Fort, and Michael Bidwell availability coming up here in about a half hour, which, by the way, you can only hear on 98.7. That's where you're going to hear it. So tune into that live here in about a half hour. Today and tomorrow is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. And then when you hear the code word, you have to then text it to 620-620. If you're looking for additional ways to win, just head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back, head coaching change for the Cardinals. How does that impact what they do at quarterback this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Adam Schefter, the Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
No, really? I honestly thought he was safe.
I don't think it's a total shock. They go 3-14. It's the most losses in Cardinals history.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We have some breaking news with the Arizona Cardinals this morning. According to Adam Schefter, head coach Jonathan Gannon has been fired. Montiel Ossenfort will remain the general manager and will spearhead the head coaching search. The Cardinals ended the season on a 9-game losing streak and finished the season 3-14. A wise man once said, D-Book will cook you, and that's exactly what he did last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
5 seconds. Booker's to his left. He's going to try a 3. And by the 3! 0.7 on the clock, and the Suns take a 3-point lead thanks to Devin Booker from downtown.
Booker hit a three-pointer with 0.7 of a second left last night to beat the Thunder 108-105. Jordan Goodwin also chipped in with a career-high 26 points. No rest for the weary, though. The Suns are right back at it tonight in Houston facing Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets. Tip-off for that one is at 6 o'clock with pregame starting at 5 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona State has reportedly found their new quarterback. Sources say former Kentucky quarterback Cutter Boley will be transferring to ASU, and that is what's trending now.
Big Red Monday.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Yeah.
All right, thanks everybody who called in. And like I said, we'll do another listeners-only meeting because this is kind of a big deal. It'll either be later today or have we ever done 2 in the same show? That's chaos.
I think we have.
Well, this is the sort of day you would do it. Or otherwise, we'll do one tomorrow for sure. And we will get to the Suns, who just went ahead and beat Oklahoma City last night on a ridiculous Devin Booker shot at the end, and Jordan Goodwin just can't miss. But we are going to get back into Cardinals now because, and you brought this up a little bit earlier when we were talking to Tyler Drake, Wolf. I mean, the question is certainly out there now. I think most people, as this season went on, just assumed, hey, Kyler Murray is gone at the end of the year. It kind of seems like Kyler Murray wants to be gone at the end of the year. It's not like he's out of the league. He goes and gets a fresh start somewhere else. The Cardinals ride with Jacoby Brissett, and they go draft a quarterback, and, this makes a lot of sense after 7 years for both sides to part ways. But that was under the assumption for a good chunk of that, hey, it's going to be the same coaching staff and everything, and that's just not working. Well, yeah. JG's out now. So how does this impact the quarterback search, or is there any chance Kyler Murray comes back?
It's just really is. It's so bizarre for me to even talk about this, Basinonians. I believed, of course, that Kyler Murray was gone after this year, no doubt about it. But I also believed JG would be coming back. Now, all of a sudden, after getting reports from Josh Weinfuss out there that there's a possibility the Cardinals are going to run back Kyler Murray, hey, maybe he just needs a different head coach. Maybe he needs a different coaching staff. Maybe he needs a completely different offense. Maybe that is what it is. I don't believe that's going to be the case. I don't believe that's going to happen. Yet at the same time, Luke, if you were going to run him back, that's exactly what you do.
This is what it would look like. I agree. If there is a lens to look at this and say, okay, the Cardinals were trying to decide who's at fault here, Jonathan Gannon or Kyler Murray, and Jonathan Gannon's already out. That's certainly one way to look at it. The way I'm kind of looking at it is, if you're doing this, if you're moving on from Jonathan Gannon, you're trying to do almost a clean sweep. You're keeping Monty, obviously. That's already been said. But you're letting Monty pick his quarterback. He got to pick his coach. It was Jonathan Gannon. I think internally I mean, like I said, we'll hear from Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort here in about 20 minutes. I have to think internally they weren't looking and saying, you know what, if we just get rid of Jonathan Gannon, it solves all of our problems. I think it was more, we got to do a lot of stuff. We can't get rid of everybody. JG's had 3 years. We lost 14 of our last 15. He takes the first hit, but I would be shocked if that's the only change. This feels like the start of a summer or an off season of change.
It really is an off season of change. That's a good way of putting it right now. I would be absolutely shocked if Kyler Murray was the quarterback in the off season. I honestly, once again, I think Kyler's got great talent. I respect Kyler Murray because of his incredible talent. And I will promise you, Basinonians, there are offensive coordinators in the National Football League that look at their head coach and say, get me that guy, Kyler Murray, and I'm going to rebuild him. We can make that guy work. That guy he's got so much talent, we can actually build an offense around him. I can fix that guy. I'll guarantee you. There's at least 3 or 4 offensive coordinators in the league who believe that.
If you really believe that there's going to be another reclamation project, because we've seen it with Sam Darnold a couple years ago, we saw it with Daniel Jones this year, these guys that you're like, yeah, okay, they're just going to kind of be average to mediocre. You know, I think Kyler's career, up until this year was probably a little bit better than Sam Darnold's was up until a couple years ago. But there's that belief now, like, okay, these reclamation projects, well, there's just going to be one every year. I don't believe there's going to be one every year. That's why Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones are such a big deal. It doesn't just mean there's going to be one every year. But if you believe that, take a step away from being the Cardinals and just be an NFL fan and look at the names that are potentially available. Kyler Murray would be the name. More so to what you're saying, like offensive coordinator saying, I can make it work with Kyler.
Yeah.
That would be a lot more enticing. I'm not saying for here, but I'm saying for wherever. Just pick a team that needs a quarterback. Than looking at San Francisco and saying, yeah, Mac Jones, he'll be great here. You know why Mac Jones is great in San Francisco? Because of Kyle Shanahan's offense and because of Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. Malik Willis, he'll be great here. Well, you know what? Every quarterback is great in Green Bay. That doesn't mean he's going to be great here. I want to play this, though. We were talking about this earlier, and get your reaction to this. So this is when we had Monty Ossenfort on last, which was not this past Friday. We had Cody Simon, but the week before. It's when John Lund was in for you. John asked Monty about the quarterback situation. I asked about the coaching situation, and this is where I kind of started to think JG might be out just because Monty didn't really say anything definitive that he was going to be coming back, but I want to get your interpretation of this, Wolf.
Yeah, Luke. I mean, I think obviously every season comes with challenges, and so unfortunately, every game's not going to go your way. Injuries are going to be a part of it, and that's life in the NFL, and it's one that other teams are dealing with, and we are certainly dealing with. So I think as with everything, there'll be a time and place that we're going to look at everything that we do in our football operations, but really our focus, the coaching staff's focus, my focus has really been on Cincinnati. It's week to week. This league is a week to week business, and that's where we are right now. And we're going to put everything we got into these 3 hours in Cincinnati and try to get back on the winning side of things.
So that was 10 days ago, and my question was about evaluating the coaching staff. And Monty, I mean, it's the right answer. You're not going to sit there and be like, oh yeah, no, JG, he's gone. He's got 2 games left. I don't know. Did they know yet? It seems like in the moment listening to his answer, it felt like it was at least a question at that point because he didn't just say, no, JG's our guy.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that. The fact that, how they finished, though, the Cincinnati game, there's still obviously, 2 games left.
Yeah.
So to me, again, it's a situation where I think it did impact what their decision was going to be ultimately, how this team finished.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, when you think about that, because of all the injuries and because of the quarterback situation, I keep calling it the quarterback situation because I will not call it a quarterback controversy because to me, it was not a controversy. It wasn't like you had 2 guys that were active.
There wasn't much back and forth.
There wasn't back and forth. There wasn't. It was a quarterback situation. The Arizona Cardinals, as an organization, Basinonians, this is me, as an organization, was getting ready to move off of Kyler Murray. And we knew that coming into the season, that this was going to be a make-or-break year for Kyler Murray. And indeed, it broke. That's what happened. The kind of fracture that creates immediately in a locker room. To me, this is the biggest reason why. the Arizona Cardinals finished 3-14.
That's why I think Kyler's still out, because I think that was an organizational decision. I don't think that's just JG. Like, if you're bringing Kyler back, then you're basically saying, yeah, JG went rogue in October and just benched Kyler, and none of us were on board. I just find that really hard to believe. All right, when we come back, we'll take you through all the top sports stories in the day very quickly, because we're going to have Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell, that press conference live at noon. But wolfing down your lunch is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
From Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You didn't have to make things more complicated than they need to be. It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do showings with a bunch of random strangers. You don't have to bend your entire life schedule and your family's schedule around a bunch of people you don't even know. You don't have to do double moves. Those are awful. Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, though. And then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers, because Orchard agents really are local experts at this point. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell the old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is noonish, a little bit early today because Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell are going to address the media. We're going to carry that for you live right at noon in about 12 minutes. So we're doing Wolfing Down Your Lunch now. Jamal is here. Jamal, what's up?
Man, you know, not too much. A little bit of a slow day today. What do you think?
Yeah,
guys?
pretty quiet.
Yeah. Well, absolutely the opposite. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was fired from the Arizona Cardinals, and I'm just going to ask you guys. And well, before I say that, I'm going to say that we are carrying the press conference of Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell, and that will be on 98.7. So it will not be on the YouTube stream or the app. So that will be strictly on 98.7. But to Jonathan Gannon being fired, do you believe this was the right move?
I'm going to just stay consistent with this. I understand doing it, but I don't think it solves anything unless you have a specific target you're going to go after. You know what I mean? Like, there is a difference in my mind to get JG out of here. All right, now what do we do? As opposed to, hey, you know what? We want this guy. He's available, whether that's Kevin Stefanski, Brian Dable, whatever you think John Harbaugh is going to be available. There's somebody else. If they already kind of have an idea of who they want, then there's a plan beyond just firing Jonathan Gannon. If you have a plan to make this, you know, I'm solution oriented, right? Yeah. If you have that plan in place, then it makes a lot of sense.
Listen, Basin audience, right now, I would not have fired Jonathan Gannon. Do I have the information that Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell have?
Probably not.
No.
You wouldn't be sitting here with me.
It is a big, fat no. I don't have the information. I'm sure they've done their due diligence on this. Once again, I think JG is an excellent coach, and I think he'll prove that over time, that he is an excellent coach. Yet at the same time, I don't have the information that Monty Austinfort and Michael Bidwell have on what actually happened. And because of that, they know better than I.
Outside of football, our Suns had a pretty big win last night, boys. The Phoenix Suns beat the reigning NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder. How fun was that game, and when was the last time the Suns had a win as big as the one they had last night?
Man, I don't think this is hyperbole. You got to go back a couple years, right? I mean, it's not like they've won a playoff game in a while. You beat Oklahoma City. Wolf, you know, I was laughing. You and I talked about this a few weeks ago. The Suns have the makeup of a team that would beat Oklahoma City. But then they went out and lost to them by 48 or 49 or whatever it was. I mean, I remember us talking about this a few weeks ago, being like, not that the Suns would beat Oklahoma City in a playoff series. I'm not saying that. But I remember saying this a few weeks ago with you. They're the sort of team that's just not going to let up. And Oklahoma City on a random night in the regular season is going to be like, what is with this team? And then the Suns are just going to beat them. But then they went out and lost to them by nearly 50 points. So it was kind of like, all right, maybe we're just off on this. It was all of that last night. Oklahoma City had an 18-point lead. Oklahoma City, it's not like the Thunder played poorly. The Suns just don't go away, and they out-defended the best defensive team in the league.
There you go. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. That's exactly what it was. The Phoenix Suns were better than OKC because they played better than OKC. And OKC, to me, once again, you're talking about a basketball team like we haven't seen in a long, long time in the basketball universe. So for them to go out there and be able to win that game and the way they did it with Devin Booker hitting that three, you could not have a better situation happen to this team, the Phoenix Suns? More on this as the show unfolds.
Still with no Jalen Green, by the way, either. And the Suns right now are 4 games out of the 2 seed in the Western Conference.
Devin Booker had 24 points in the Suns win and, of course, hit the game-winning three-pointer at the end of the game. Is Book starting to become the Devin Booker we know and love again?
Yeah, again, I don't think anybody's worried about Devin Booker. I think it was more just, hey, he's not playing quite to Devin Booker levels consistently, which to me is a good thing because you know he's going to, and they're still winning. But, I mean, last night, that shot, when you get to that point, coming off a 33-point game against Sacramento where he could have put up 45 if he had to play the whole game, when you get to the point where the game is on the line and it doesn't even really matter who your opponent is because it's 105, it's just, hey, if Book hits this shot, they win. Didn't you feel like it was going in?
Well, he's done it before. We all know that. He's done it before.
I know he's not hitting threes, but in that moment, didn't it feel like it was going in?
For me, I'm not really focused on that, Luke. I'm focused more on the fact that it did go in.
Well, yes, it did.
I'm just saying, because again, this is huge. You couldn't have a better thing happen to the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker leadership is important, is it not? What is it that you have to do before you can say, ladies and gentlemen, what is it? You got to go and you got to make shots like that. You got to go out and you got to perform. You've got to play. You've got to ball out before you can start talking. And because of that, this takes Devin Booker and establishes him as leader number 1 in terms of that locker room. And because of that, leader 1, Devin Booker. This is a huge shot and a huge win because it establishes him as leader 1.
He even kind of ran up the score, hitting a 3 instead of a 2. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. Monty, Austin Fort, and Michael Bidwell addressing the Jonathan Gannon firing and what's next for the Cardinals. You're going to hear that live here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Adam Schefter, the Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
No! Wow. Really? I honestly thought he was safe.
I don't think it's a total shock. They go 3-14. It's the most losses in Cardinals history.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H.